Kid growing up on the farm and didn't know no different. We just started farming, went into the next generation. So it's not easy work, it's stressful, it's every day, but it grows on you and it gets in your blood. So. Yeah, Aubrey was the first to come back after 2 years and said, I want to come back to the farm. So she went to Michigan State for a couple years and then kind of took over the animals and the help. At that time, I was accounting, taking care of the people, everything. So she kind of put a big relief on the animal milking and help part of it. So, and then when Austin came into it, then it really started to gel together. And now I'm kind of just stepping back, watching them take off and run with it.
I think it's important to treat cows more naturally as possible. Since I've been working here, it's a lot of progress and change.
Mic test for Brendan. Mic test for Brendan and the record. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. 1, 2.
Give it 30 seconds to catch up.
28, 29, 30.
We are not connected into the switcher, so we're kind of flying. Oh, on the camera? Yeah. Yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay.
It'll probably be this slow.
How high up do I have to wear it? Is that good? I feel, yeah. Test? Yeah, that's all. Okay.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. So hello, everybody. I want to thank you all for joining us this morning, the first day of World Dairy Expo. Woohoo! I'm really, really excited to present or introduce our presenter, Aubrey Van Lan from Walnutdale Farms. We decided to bring Aubrey here and ask her to share her story of the dairy and highlight the monitoring technology from Allflex Livestock Intelligence and Merck Animal Health. And so I think you're going to be able to learn a lot in this next hour. You know what? You're going to be able to learn a lot in the next hour. And there's going to be some time throughout the presentation when you can ask questions to Aubrey. And there's going to be some thought starters. So enjoy Aubrey from Walnutdale Farms.
Thank you, Erica. Everybody can hear me? You can hear me good? Okay. Okay, so thanks for joining me this morning as I kind of share a little bit about our dairy farm and just some aspects of that along with the monitoring system. So we'll jump into this here. So we're going to start off with some history and overview of our farm. We'll play a video and I'll kind of talk through that. So our farm is located in Michigan. We're in Wayland, Michigan, which is West Michigan, just south, about 15 minutes of Grand Rapids, if anybody's familiar with that. Our dairy started in 1939 by my great-grandpa August, and then my grandpa took that over from him when he passed away. In the early years, as my dad grew up at Walnutdale, it was a smaller, completely registered herd that focused heavily on embryo transfer work. And as the embryo transfer work became increasingly accessible, our herd began to grow and move away from being solely a registered tie stall herd. So when I was younger, our dairy, when I was growing up, remember it being about 700 cows in a double 10 parallel. And as it continued to grow, it got to 1,100 cows in a 24 stall rotary parlor. Today, I work alongside my dad. I am the fourth generation on the farm. He handles the business and oversees crops and manure. I handle all of the cattle and all of our employees in the day-to-day operations of our farm. I have a brother that's joined us back at the farm who handles all of our accounting and bookwork. And so me and my brother make up the fourth generation on the dairy. Today we milk 1,600 Holsteins and we milk 700 Jerseys on 2 different operations. We raise all of our own replacements, so from calves on milk all the way through when we bring them home is our replacements on our dairy. Along with that, we also finish out dairy beef. We grow about 3,500 acres of corn and alfalfa that we put up to feed all of our cows and heifers. We do all our own harvesting as well as do custom work for other dairies in our area. Our dairy, as we can see, part of the video right here in 2010 experienced what nobody as a dairyman would ever dream or wish for. Our parlor burned down. So it was July 9 at about 11:30 at night and I got a phone call saying that our farm was on fire. So you can see from these pictures it was pretty devastating and everything was gone. But that night, as soon as other farmers heard that our farm was burning, trailers started pulling in the driveway and all our cows by the next day at 11 a.m. were gone. It took us a little while to start rebuilding. As you can see from these pictures, we did. But about October of that year, we started to rebuild. In January, we were blessed with a not very hard winter. And so we started and we just took off and everything lined up and people rallied around us and we installed a 50 stall rotary. And at that time, it was very much whatever we can put together, that's what we're going to put up. So very minimal technology, no automatic takeoffs. And January of 2021, we moved our cows home and started milking again. And that was a pretty amazing feeling to have our girls back. While the cows were gone, My job shifted into something that I didn't really know how to do. My time was spent going to other dairies and looking at my cows, checking on them, but yet I couldn't do a whole lot for them. But every place that had them did the best they could taking care of them. And it was just a blessing that within 7 other dairies, I believe, housed them, the farthest being 2 hours away, that they had the space for 1,100 cattle that night. Because we all know the parlor's the heart of your dairy, and without that, there's not much you can do. And it was also really cool to see all the businesses that supported us through that, knowing that, you know, without dairies, cows on the farm to milk, we had no income, but we had to get going back again. So that was amazing to see the support from our community in that as well. And so now what you see here is how our dairy looks today. And we're just thankful that, you know, we are here in milking again. So like I said, once the cows came back from the dairy, or from the other dairies, it took us quite a few years to kind of get our cattle back to where they were. When you don't have your own cows, they're not getting bred how you would do it. They're not getting other things done the way that you manage. So when we brought our cows home after the fire, we spent quite a few years getting ourselves back in a spot just because of the financial stress of not having our operation going, and also to get our cattle back to how we took care of them. So so we're just going to hear a little bit from, I believe this is my dad.
I mean, I just kind of started as a kid growing up on the farm and didn't know no different. We just started farming, went into the next generation. So it's not easy work, it's stressful, it's every day, but it grows on you and it gets in your blood. So. Yeah, Aubrey was the first to come back after 2 years and said, I want to come back to the farm. So she went to Michigan State for a couple years and then kind of took over the animals and the help. At that time, I was accounting, taking care of the people, everything. So she kind of put a big relief on the animal milking and help part of it. So, and then when Austin came into it, then it really started to gel together. And now I'm kind of just stepping back, watching them take off and run with it. So they're doing a really, really good job. I'm proud of them. I mean, after the fire, we decided to rebuild again, and we just tried to build more efficiencies in here as far as cooling milk. And yeah, they know computers, and I really ain't that good with them. So when they came in, it really took off on that side of it. Being dairy, it's got to be in your blood. You've got to have a passion for it, and Aubrey has it.
So we'll stop here just for a few minutes here and take any questions about that portion that we covered, if anybody has them. So, you know, it was interesting because we brought cows to a couple different dairies that had parallel parlors, and coming to our dairy was a rotary in the first place. Transitioning them back home, I honestly feel like it went like they never left, and they just remembered exactly what they were doing, because we actually took a cow home from a dairy that wasn't our cow, and she would not go on our parlor. I'm like, what's your deal? Like, did you forget? And I looked at her and I said, oh, it's because you're not mine. And so I just feel like the transition, bringing them home, went so well. It's like they never missed a beat and they remembered. Meanwhile, while the cows were on another dairy, it was a parallel, they could not get our cows to make the turn and ended up always milking our cows like it was a herringbone parlor. So they were like, we have to do what we have to do. That was fine. But once we kind of got going again in January, we just spent a lot of time, I don't know exactly kind of our cull rate at the time, but we had a lot of cows that just were not pregnant, that had no milk. So it was really diving through our herd and seeing, okay, what do we need to get rid of that doesn't make sense for us to keep, right? That we would have been getting rid of all along. Just hard to do when they're at 7 different dairies and they're not our dairy to kind of go through our cows. So that's why, you know, it took us a couple years really to get everything back to the way our cows had been handled before and with pregnancy and stuff like that. So, you know, the first next year was pretty stressful and, you know, didn't really go how it had hoped, but they were home, so that was good. Any other questions? Okay. There'll be time for questions at the end, too. So we did look at, you know, we went to other dairies. We looked at, do we put in a parallel? Do we put in, you know, do we do something like that? We knew we needed bigger than a 24 stall. You know, we had intentions of getting bigger in our 24 stall. I can run the 50 stall that we have now with the same amount of people as I ran the 24 stall, so it was just more efficient to milk more cows on. But because we have the mixed herd, at the time we were leasing a dairy where we milked 500 jerseys, and they all start out at our main facility. So because we have that mixed breed, we still felt like the rotary parlor best equipped, you know, a Holstein standing next to a Jersey, and we didn't have to worry on a parallel and all that kind of stuff. And still, hands down, the rotary is my favorite. You go up in the middle and you look at these cows and they're standing there chewing their cud, they're relaxed. I just kind of feel like they get to do what they want. They come in, they leave, they maybe take a few minutes to leave, and it's the parlor that is kind of just what we prefer. So that's why we went back that way. Okay, so we'll move into talking about how we care for our animals, our cows from birth to milking. So like we've been saying, we milk, this is our main dairy. We have a 50 stall rotary. All our cows are milked 3 times a day here. We do not have any automatic takeoffs, milk meters, anything. It's all manual detach. After the fire, we plan to add them, but things have been going really well without them. Our somatic cell, we're in the low hundreds, which was better than what we were pre-fire with automatic takeoffs. And so it is important for us that we keep a pretty skilled guy on the takeoff side. He's usually the best guy on the shift, just has more training and understands when to take units off. So in our prep procedure is maybe a little different, but we just wipe dry and then we dip. We do not force strip our cows. And then he wipes and attaches. We give him 90 seconds from the first stall to go to where, just for kill time, letdown and all that. So we have all that timed out on our parlor, which we had to figure that all out right when we started to back up. One thing we do a lot of is employee education and employee training. We have a bilingual vet within our vet practice that we use that comes in every couple months and does classes with our guys. We focus a lot in our parlor and our milking crews, and we talk about why we do things that we do, what's the reason behind it, because we just see that when our guys are understanding why we do a procedure the way we do or why we can't do something, that they have more buy-in to it, and we've just seen that their job improves. So that's one thing that we've kind of been focusing a lot on in the last couple of years. So housing, all our cows are housed for both of our dairies in free stalls, sand-bedded free stalls. Stalls get cleaned every day. We do new sand every couple weeks. And we just scrape barns with a skid steer into pits. We have most of our barns are curtain barns, and we have fans for the summer. Things sometimes in Michigan have to be closed up pretty tight at certain times a year. In the winter, it can get pretty cold. So we have doors and all that kind of stuff that we do there. Feeding on both of our dairies, we feed twice a day. We use TMR Tracker, the program. We added that, I can't even remember how many years ago, 5 or more, I think. Using that program in our feed trucks, we run 2 different feed trucks that both have it, but it helps us to see kind of precision to our feeding, how accurate we are, helps us track refusals better, and just does a better job keeping all of our ration stuff in line. So that's been something we added. So our Jersey and our Holsteins all calve at one maternity place, and then our facilities across the street from our main dairy. And then all of our fresh cows are on our main dairy. So they all are in the same pen together. We have one set of guys that treats them all. Once our Jerseys go through their, post-fresh period and they are good to go, we then truck them to the Jersey dairy, which is about 10 miles from the dairy, our main dairy. So the Jerseys then at the Jersey farm are only there to be, it's only milking. If we have anything that comes up sick or is a need to go to the hospital pen for mastitis or anything like that, they come back home to the main dairy. This just kind of allows us to have one set of really skilled labor on one dairy, and just, the risk of having treated cows on the other dairy. We just keep everything at home. And then our maternity is the same bedded freestall, sand bedded freestalls. We have an employee that works in our maternity 24 hours a day, 2 different guys, 12-hour shifts, checking cows every hour. They're in charge of milking our fresh cows for colostrum. We do the bricks on all our colostrum, making sure that we're giving all of our calves really adequate colostrum because we keep so much of our dairy beef. So we just make sure that all our colostrum is what they need to be getting. We give a gallon of colostrum the first feeding to the Holsteins. 8 hours later, we give another 2 quarts. Jerseys, we take that down a little bit. They can't handle quite so much. So they get 3, maybe 2 if they're small, and they'll get another 2 to 1 within the next 8 hours. Then they get moved to our calf facility. And at our calf facility, they're either, if we're filling auto barns at the time, they're going on bottles to be trained. We train them for about 5 days. Once they're actively getting the nipple, we will move them to the auto barn. If our auto barns are full, which we have auto barns for 150 calves. We just started a new one the end of August that's for 100 calves, which is what you see here. It's the dairy across the street that we purchased where our maternity is. It was an old freestall barn that just wasn't going to work for us for anything with cattle and freestalls, so we gutted it and kind of retrofitted and had to add some buildings to house the auto feeders. But so we started that in August. So in this video, it's not quite full, but it's full now. So if the calves are not being trained for the auto feeder, they are bucket trained for hutches. On the auto feeder, we run kind of like a 40 fit program. If you're not familiar with that, there's a couple week period where calves can eat all they want. Which has been really neat to see, especially on the dairy beef. They can really eat. Some of these things will get up to 18 liters a day, which is quite a bit of milk. In our hutches, we feed a gallon twice a day. Our Jerseys will get 3 quarts twice a day. And then on the auto feeder, there's just a lot of information in this machine. So I can monitor our calves from my computer in the office, as well as go in there too to see what calves are eating. And so that's been something to learn, right? But the added technology, we're just able to feed these calves with way less labor than it took for another 150 calves in our hutches at our calf barn. We feed beef cross calves, like I mentioned. Our breeding strategy, we breed this bottom 60% of our Holstein herd to beef. And then our Jerseys, our heifers get bred 3 services sexed, and then our heifers go to beef semen. And then we breed a small percentage of our lactating Jersey herd to sex semen, and then everything else gets beef. And then we breed 2 services of sex to our Holsteins, and then they'll go conventional. But the increase in a lot of beef semen on our Jersey herd was we needed to keep our Jersey replacements a little tighter. We had a lot, and so we were kind of projecting to be milking way more than what we could milk. And to add value, whether that be on the Holsteins or that be in the Jerseys, but to add value to the calves that we did not need. So those Jersey bull calves, they're just hard to get rid of. There's not much value. So by changing that to a beef cross calf, there's added value in the calf that we need to get rid of. So that has been something over these last few years. And then we do keep the Holstein beef crosses, heifer and bull, and then we feed them out to finish. So we feed all of our replacements, like I mentioned before. They are on a lot of facilities that are leased, but we are in charge of care and we are in charge of feed. So we're putting up all of our heifer feed as well as our milk cow feed. So we do all the vaccinations, all that kind of stuff within our heifer herd. This picture right here that you see is our Jersey farm. So the barn to the left, we completely put up new 2 years ago, and then we added on to this existing freestyle barn to get us from, our Jersey herd was 500 and about 20, and now we milk 700. So we grew that herd. This parlor, we used to milk them in a double 5, and this parlor is a double 15. So we are now able to milk the Jerseys 3 times a day. Our components on our Jersey herd are a 5'2" and a 3'9". We get about 65 pounds, but fat corrected, we're about 82. And then our Holstein herd, we run a 4 fat and a 3.3 protein. We usually average around 86, 87 pounds. Fat corrected, we're about 97. We used to send our replacements to growers. We had a couple within Michigan. We did where we sent them to Texas for a while. But it has been really neat to see the replacements coming into our dairy that have been cared for by us. And so it is a lot of work, but we just see the value in that as well.
I think it's important to treat cows more naturally as possible, not disturbing the life of the cow, since it's baby to when it's a cow. It's a lot of benefits on the auto feeders. We don't have to worry and consume too much our time to feed the calves. So basically what we have to do is just train them and just watch them. That's what we have to do with the auto feeders now. I think it is better for the calves because they eat whenever they want. So they can go and just suck it into the nipple. I mean, it's natural eating. That's what they basically do.
The Flex V2 tag specifically helps with cutting down the number of cows that have to go to ObSync. So a dairy farmer is saving money on those supplies that are used for ObSync because he's catching more cows in a natural heat and getting them pregnant off of those natural heats. And it's the ability to catch cows that might be having an off day before the naked eye could catch them when you're observing your animals in your herd. And it's just doing so by detecting cows that are off feed just a little bit and sorting those cows out and then running them through a health check protocol, whatever that may be, to get those cows treated quicker and to keep them in a milking herd for longer.
So I'll stop here for a little bit if anybody has questions on that topic that we covered. We'll have some time at the end too if anybody thinks of anything. Okay, so now jumping into the AllFlex monitoring technology. So we had been looking into activity monitoring systems really looking into them for probably about 3 years before we went with the AllFlex V2 tag. we had been looking at them all for quite a few years because I really wanted them, if I'm being honest. I saw the added value that they could bring to our dairy. Probably what took us so long to get them is just, how do you cash flow this? How does this make sense for your dairy, and how are we going to use this in a way that is going to bring profits to us to help pay for this new expense that we just put in our dairy? So, we took time to really think through that, but I was pretty persistent that I knew that this could do some good stuff for us. So we installed these tags in February, and when we sat there trying to think, like, are we doing collars, are we doing tags? I didn't really know the tag was an option, I guess, at that point. I mean, I did, but when we sat down with the Allflex and some of the CMAX guys, and they explained the V2 tag, and then there was that light in that tag that can blink, well, that sealed the deal for me. I said, that's what I want. So I think in some of these slides you'll see some of the lights going off. So we installed the end of February. Installation went great. It was a couple days, a lot of hands on deck, but we did both of our lactating farms, and we did 400 heifers. I have them in our heifer herd for breeding as well. They come out once they're checked pregnant, but they're in there to breed. And so we got them installed the end of February, and then after that, it was pretty much jump in, here we go, we're changing everything. I knew, just talking with the guys from Allflex, that one of the things that was so important was that you had to buy into the things you needed to do. And my employees needed to really take it and say, okay, I can trust this information, right? And the way that they were going to do that the best was if I led that, right? So we just stopped tail chalking cows. We started breeding off of heats off the tags. So every morning there's a list that we print off for our Holstein herd, our Jersey herd, and our heifer herd, and these are the cows we breed. We stopped tail chalking. So there's some days where they don't even need to go in all of our pens. They just know that morning, okay, maybe they only have 6 cows to breed, and here's the pens I need to go to. We stopped locking cows, all of that. So that helped, just with time in the pens and leaving cows alone. We also completely changed the way we did fresh cows. I mean, within that first week of these tags being on, pretty much. So we used to go in our fresh pen and we would check cows at day 5, day 7, day 9, looking for uterus, all this stuff, right? Temping cows. So now we print this list off in the morning. Our fresh pen now is about 200 head, and our list might have 14 cows on it. But within that list, our guys are understanding now that we can look into each of those cows and look at their graphs and really see, okay, I don't need to check that cow today. So deciphering some information, and that even gets our list down smaller. So we could go into our fresh pen of 200 and we could be after 6 cows that morning. That's it. So the time we spend in that pen is so much less, and what we are doing in there is what we need to be doing. So it's giving precision to what we're doing and where we're focusing our time. So they're able to find the cows with bad uteruses because these tags are telling us they don't feel good. And so, and if they're bad, we'll take them out of general population of the fresh pen. We have a sick pen that they can go into, and then we focus more strategic care in that area. We every day are checking low rumination cows. So we have a list that guys print off every morning for our Holstein herd, we have one for our Jersey herd, and we have one for all our dry cows and close-up cows. So in the same thing on that, we're diving through some of our graphs on each of the cows, because you can say, okay, nope, I don't need to check her. So a list that might have 10 cows, we might take it down to 3. And those are the 3 cows we're going to go out and we're going to find them, and we're going to give health checks to those cows. It's been really neat to see, which I think is where some of our employees have just really grasped onto this, is we've seen some cows, right, they're not on the list one day, the next day they're on there and they've just tanked. Their rumination is a 20, which 20 is low. So, okay, we got to go find these cows, we got to check them, we got to figure out what's going on with them. And there was one week where we had 2 cows that were like this, and both of them had very bad quarters of mastitis. And it's interesting, and part of me said, it would be interesting to see how many more days it would take for my parlor guys to find these cows, because before, that's who had to find these cows. They'd have low milk or they'd have a hard quarter. So I didn't try that because I know that's not good for the cow. But we found these cows, we were able to start treating them, and saved them. So it's just a little interesting to me how many more days it would have taken for us to find those. We've also had some crazy things. We've found, some DAs in our dry cows that eventually they would have turned up, but at what point and to what extent would their health have been when we did find them? We've found a couple cows with twisted uteruses in our steam up lately. All of a sudden they'll tank and drop off to nothing, and we're like, what's going on? So we'll go find them, we check them. We would have found them eventually, but we found them that much quicker. So my guys that work for us have been super excited about all of this because they see what this is doing. One thing about the tag and the light, which kind of finally sold me on that tag. So we used to spend 3 hours a day, every Sunday, marking cows for preg check that next day with the vet, so that when the vet came, we could breeze through things and get done efficiently for their time and for ours. So now we don't have to mark those cows for 3 hours on a Sunday. Monday morning, the cows that need to be preg checked have a light blinking in their tag, and they just buzz down the headlocks, and they can find every cow they need. And if they're loose, the vet's looking out in the group where they're loose, and they're finding the ones they need to find. And so that has been, and the same thing happens on our dry cows. When it's dry off day, the cows we need to sort are out in the groups, and their tags are blinking. And then every day during the week, our cows that need to get bred are blinking. So there's 2 different blinks. There's a fast blink, and there's a slow blink. And so they can just go out and find their cows. They'll be blinking. You can have your low rumination cows be blinking. So that has been something that has just sped up some things that we're doing on a day-to-day basis by having these lights in a tag that we're already using. It helps us just identify cows that much quicker. And like I said, we're breeding off of them. Our heifers are also being bred off activity tags. So they go in about 21 days before they're old enough to breed. It's more like 30, trying to catch maybe a cycle before they go into our breed pen. And then once they're checked pregnant, we take the tag off. It's also been awesome to have an app on my phone. So, I'm out and about, maybe on different farms, and the guys will call me asking a question, what they should do with a cow. I'm able to not only, look at my Dairy Comp app for maybe some information on the cow, but there's an app that I can pull up her rumination charts or activity charts, and I can make decisions without being there right next to my guys and help them make better decisions on what they're doing to the cows as well. We've already seen some changes in some numbers that we've had. I mean, our milking cow herd from this time last year, we're up about 7% heat detection, and our heifers were up about 20. So we have seen some number changes there in our breeding program from these tags. I think we have.
The ear tag system's been a big asset to the dairy. I mean, we knew it would be. We were just trying to figure out which system we wanted to buy, and when this came along, it was a no-brainer. So, and we're seeing leaps and bounds on breeding and healthcare. Once we made the decision on this is the one we wanted, I mean, it's paying for itself, hands down.
So what Aubrey was looking for was ways to make her farm more efficient, especially from a labor perspective. So that's what really, I think, caught her eye with the V2 tags, with the flashing lights. The Flex V2 ear tags are really unique in that sense, with those flashing lights, in that there's no other products in the industry that have that to offer.
For being efficient on the dairy, I think sometimes we struggle with time. We need to get things and get quick as possible. Now with all this technology, they help us to go faster on that daily basis.
So there's several ways in which the Flex V2 tag specifically makes dairies more efficient. It really helps with repro. As far as cutting down the number of days open dairy farmers see in their herd, you're just able to detect those cows in estrus quicker and more efficiently and more accurately than other methods of heat detection.
one thing I didn't say when we were kind of going through some of that, another aspect of why we wanted these was not only to, you know, be able to find cows quicker, you know, have a better way to heat detect and improve repro numbers, but the other thing, which I think most dairy farmers could agree on, is the way labor looks these days, and sometimes how hard it is to find the labor we need, and also to sometimes be able to teach how you find sick cows, right? That's kind of a skill that is either in you or I mean, it can be taught, right? But there's an aspect of our continuing like change of dairy labor that we keep seeing. And having this system is like the one constant that won't change. And I can teach my guys or whoever it is that I have working for me, where are we in 5 years with employees? I don't know. But I can teach them how we read this information, and then we have, you know, protocols with if we sort a cow and this is what they find, well, this is what we do. So it's eliminating that piece of, are my guys going to find these cows? Can I teach people to find these cows? It's eliminating that piece of it. And also, I guess for me, it's also the peace of mind, just knowing that we're not going to miss a sick cow because these tags are going to find her. And if my employees know that this is our job and we have to find the cows on these lists, we're not going to miss her. I'm not relying on the new guy in the parlor that I just trained 2 days ago to be able to tell that, well, that cow's got a bad quarter, or she really has no milk, she must not feel good. So it's just allowing that, and I think that peace of mind, it just makes me feel good knowing that like we are not going to miss these cows, and hopefully by finding them a few days quicker, it's also going to make sure those cows stay in my herd as well. So I just wanted to add that piece too. But does anybody have questions on the tag part? Mm-hmm. So the heifer will get it before they go into the breed pen, and then we end up cutting it out while she finishes her pregnancy. And then once she comes to our close-ups, which is 21 days prior to calving, she gets a tag. And then that tag will stay with her through the rest of her lactation. And tagging cows, you know, there's a little number on the back of here, and that just goes in, into our dairy comp, and that's her number. And, you know, there's some tag maintenance you have to do, but that's pretty minor. And, yeah, if she loses a tag, you can just give her a new one, and she gets assigned a new number, and you don't really miss very much data on her at all. Any other questions? Yeah, there's a battery. No, so I believe the battery life in them is about 5 years on those tags. And so like we just installed in February, so we're just kind of getting through, like, you know, we'll have tag maintenance on lost tags, you know, if they get caught somewhere and they might rip out. And so we kind of have that. Or, you know, maybe a tag isn't reading for some reason, something is off with it. But then the way that our tag program is set up, then, you know, we can warranty those tags, and then they send me new ones. And you know, that was another piece of why I was leaning towards the All Flex, because meeting with them and just hearing some parts of the support that they offer and that they have, to me, is pretty important, right? There's a lot of aspects on your dairy where you're making purchases and it's like, okay, you're going to put this in, but then what? Like, are you going to help me? And so it's been amazing. They do a really good job. I mean, I text multiple times a week asking questions, or I need this report changed, or, you know, as we started with these tags, and especially the light thing on the preg check, you know, we kind of set up times of like, okay, this is how we think we'll go through our preg check pens, and then we just started flying that much faster. So I'm like, hey, I need these changed. Can you bump these times back? Or they'll tell me when I have a reader down. I'll get a text from somebody saying, hey, you need to go check this reader. Is it unplugged? If it's not unplugged, you know, I'll hop on there, and they get it all working. So that was pretty important to me, in knowing that I didn't have to be the sole person making sure that, like, oh, are all these readers reading, or is something down or not working? And, you know, I've talked with people on the repro side of this too, because as you have these tags, it kind of sets you up for, you know, some choices you can make on how you're doing some of your like OVSync, pre-sync, all that kind of stuff, this can allow you to kind of take some shots back. But then how do you make those decisions? And they have people within there that you can talk to and say, okay, how do I do this? Or am I, is this a smart thing for me to do? So the help is completely within that company, and it's been great. So, I mean, it was a little overwhelming, right? Because you're completely changing what you're doing. But I kind of feel like because when we put them in and I just said, okay, here we go, we're jumping in and everything's going to change, I almost feel like, yes, was it a lot? Yeah. But it was better to do it that way than kind of like slowly changing piece by piece. It was just, okay, let's jump into this and start to look at cows and their health off of this information that we're getting. But we also had a lady come in, I believe her name was Doris, and she is a Spanish-speaking lady who came in and sat down with all of my guys that worked cowside, healthcare, and all that kind of stuff, and sat with them and explained these graphs and explained this, like you can see in this picture here, that's actually like the dashboard for the tags. And so she kind of walked them through like, understanding what am I looking at, right? And I can sit there and explain that to them too, but sometimes they're so much more receptive and just very eager to learn from somebody else. But then they have that resource too that can come in and help our guys to understand what it was. But I would say, we gave it by a good solid month after kind of rearranging how we were doing things, I feel like my guys, they had it, right? And I think as we continued, and I, shared some of those stories of how we found those cows that like tanked off, and we found the dry cow DAs, we found the mastitis. I think it's those pieces that just solidified what we had been telling the guys and like looking at these charts and the graphs and all this stuff, and we will find the cows that are sick, right? But it was having them walk through actually those cases of those sick animals to be like, okay, she's right, we'll find them, right? And so I think there's a part of it, right? You just have to work through some of those trainings and just kind of jump on. But, the support to help you understand and get your workforce there, the support is there. So you don't have to totally figure that out on your own either. Any other questions? Yeah. Mm. No. So I do feel like this tool, these tags have allowed me to not be quite so in the cattle and double checking everybody, I would say. So my guys know how to print these reports off. They know how to look through the graphs. They know in the morning, like if Aubrey's not at the dairy that morning, they're not standing there waiting for me to print all this stuff off. They're printing their list. They're going through it. Do I get the phone calls of, this is a really, for the most part, the cows are the normal situations, right? They're off feed, they have funny manure, stuff like that. I get the phone calls still for the weird things, right? Where they want to know, what should we do with this? But I like it because I can look at the same reports that they're looking at on my phone and be like, okay, so this is what they should be doing today. And at some point when I go in the office and I look at clipboards, yep, they did it. So I think it's tools like this in our auto feeders, some of these technological pieces that are allowing me to not be in everything and helping me step back a little bit and look in a more broader management role and to make some other decisions and stuff like that. Okay, we'll move on to the last section here, and then there is time at the end if people have some more questions. And so we kind of look at like the future of our farm, and we've already made some choices for our dairy with the tags and some auto feeders and stuff like that as to like where we're going, and we continue to look for those efficiencies that we can put in on our dairy to make what we're doing efficient and to make what we're doing better. We will continue to add more auto feeders and completely move away from hutches. We just feel like for us, that's the way that we want to go to kind of take our labor in that area of our operation down. And also just the information that those machines give us, I think will help us raise even better calves. We are in the process of adding a new barn. We're taking down 3 older barns and putting up a very large cross vent barn that will start later this fall. One thing these tags also showed us that we already knew is that those barns we had, they're like a greenhouse type barn, but they gave our cows heat stress pretty bad. So we knew that, but these tags, and within the tag program, you can look into stuff like that. And so we know by giving those girls a better home, we're going to see some increased milk production, breeding in the summer, all of that stuff. So that's something that we're going to do start this fall. We also kind of look at, for our farm, we talk about like sustainability and how we're going to be sustainable for future generations. I'm a mom of 5 kids, which I hope one of them will want to come back at least and be the 5th generation to Walnutdale. But how are we setting up our dairy so that that's possible? And also, the labor thing is real in the dairy industry, right? And I don't know what my kids will encounter, in 15 years, what will workforce look like. But if we can put in some of these tools to maybe make whatever workforce we have be better, I think that's setting up, the future of Walnutdale in a good way. But we also look at sustainability, not even just totally on the dairy side, right? We also look at sustainability with our crops and for the environment and what does that look like. We are part of Farm ES, and so that's another branch off the Farm Animal Welfare Program. So we report into Farm ES, how our manure is stored, what we do with buffer crops, and our electrical use, gas use, all these things, to give us a number that comes out of that module to help us see where our environmental footprint is. And so as we move forward, we can make choices as to what we're doing and to see, okay, is that going to make our footprint better? Is that what we need to be doing, for the environment? Another thing that we're part of is the MEAT program in Michigan, which is the Michigan Agriculture Environmental Assurance Program. And it's voluntary, but it's a proactive program that helps to minimize agriculture pollution risks. So we were verified in livestock and in cropping. There's 4 different aspects to that, but they kind of look through your dairy, look through how you handle your facilities, with water, with manure. They look at how you raise crops, what are you doing with fertilizer, all that kind of stuff, and then they verify you if you are doing everything correctly, and that just helps you know that, like, okay, the things you're doing, your risk of having a pollution episode or something like that is pretty low. We also have technology within our equipment, our farming equipment, our tractors and stuff like that. So it's also being really precise too in that aspect, because we do have to put up a lot of feed for a lot of animals. So how are we doing that the best we can to get the best crop we can, and also to get the best yield that we can, but in a way that's still sustaining our environment and making good choices and all of that. Another aspect that's pretty important to me and to our family in our dairy is that our dairy is always open. I like to share our story with our community and to allow people to come onto our farm and to hear about what we as farmers are doing. And I hope when I share tours with people, it's not only speaking from our family and what we do on our dairy, but also speaking to the behalf of all dairy producers, and sharing with people the dedication and the care that we give to these animals. And that I hope, I'm reaching some of these people that come on our dairy for them to understand that farmers are good people, and that they leave hearing my voice and not the voice from the media or the people who are against what we do, right? And so I have school groups from our local community come in and do tours. I do tours through the United Dairy Industry of Michigan. We do a lot of virtual tours. And also, like, I've had registered dietitian programs from local colleges come in. Some of them people have said, like, this is my first time on a farm. And yet there are people who are going to be in the workforce telling people what to eat. And so, I spent almost 2 hours with that group of people and just really helping them understand the work and the, what we put into this and how it's so important to us that we're giving everybody, good, nutritious food. And I hope that then, they take that into their professions and let people know that dairy is a good thing to eat. Another thing that we are involved in through our local church is Growing Hope Globally. So we educate our community on what it takes to care for a cow, the financial aspect of that, and they will support, they'll say, well, feed the cow for the year. So we raise money that way, and then that money goes through Growing Hope Globally to farmers in Kenya and Guatemala. And that money there is used to help teach them farming practices, which supports them and their family, and also supports their communities. So it's helping develop farming, outside of our world, our country, but it's also teaching within our little bubble, backed by our dairy, of what farming is. So to me, it's like a really cool kind of win-win thing. And we host a dairy day every summer that we bring kids. One year we had it at our farm, so people could actually, people came from like the inner city to see it. And so it's just neat to be able to share that story. And so that's something I'll continue to do. And if there's any dairy farmers in the room, I encourage you to do the same. I know sometimes it can be like, what are people going to say to us or criticize us in? But even if my message to somebody sticks with one and you can change their mind, I think it's just pretty important as we continue to be up against a lot of people who thinks what we do is not great, right? So with that, we will hear from
Since I've been working here, it's a lot of progress and changes. I'm started working on the parlor, milking. So it's a lot of changes since 10 years. A lot of technology now coming into the dairy. For example, we got ear tags and auto feeders. So it's a lot of progress and a lot of technology coming in now into the farm.
As the dairy industry looks forward to the future, dairy farmers are trying to find ways to cut costs on their operations every single day. And I think that this system is a great solution to that, from a labor efficiency standpoint to keeping cows healthier and in a herd longer, and then especially maximizing the reproduction potential on a dairy farm.
So be working in this dairy, they give me a lot of opportunities to learn a lot and see all this technology coming into the dairy. They open my eyes and see, well, like, oh, it is better. Future is here, and all the technology help us a lot to take care of these animals more simple and more quicker.
anyone have any questions? So between both dairies, our heifers, our some of the cropping aspect, we have about 42. So I would say our average is probably 4 lactations. Any other questions? And it can be on any of it. It doesn't have to just be. So we're doing the barn. We will add some more auto feeders, and I'm not totally sure. Open to what other new things are out there. Maybe I'll find some while I'm here. Usually I leave here with something I want to buy. So, yeah. Dairy Comp. Yes, very. Yep, they talk very well together. So there's lists within Dairy Comp that uses information off of what's coming out of the All Flex program. And so that's been great, which was a pretty important thing to me too. How do these two things jive? I don't really necessarily want to have things completely separate, right? And you got to refigure everything. So that's been very good. Those two things work very well together. There's a question in the back. So we raise all our own forages. So corn and hay. We do some cover crops in the winter, so we'll have some like triticale, stuff like that we feed heifers. And we do we have some straw and stuff like that. So I don't handle a ton of the cropping part of it. That's still part that my dad's in the back, that my dad still oversees. But as he continues to step back, I imagine that's going to have to be on someone's plate. So maybe it'll be on mine. But he handles a lot of that since I handle all the employees and all of the cattle. He doesn't have to do that, so I got to leave something for him to do. So he does the crops. Yeah. Yeah, so we, obviously, I'll be interested as we kind of move through this longer because we did go through a pretty hot summer by us, which we always see milk kind of go down through the humidity of Michigan summer. But yes, so I also am going to be curious as we move through like our fresh pen and just really diving into some of that data, which I have not totally kind of gotten into. But just, our fresh cows, they were locked before for probably over an hour, and now they don't even necessarily throw headlocks in those pens anymore because they're able to go in there. Some of those cows might be laying down, and they can see from that, like, what is their manure, what's their uterine discharge, how does the cow look, and then from there, if it's warranting that you need something, we, good, bad enough, or else they'll throw one panel of headlocks. But I can look back this time last year. We're up probably a couple pounds right now than what we were prior. But even that, our breeders, they would come in and throw headlocks, and in all, we breed in 9 pens on our home dairy. They'd throw all the headlocks and have to walk through there and tail chalk all those cows. And there's some groups that it can take a few days for them to even go into to breed a cow. Because the way I structure our groups is once they're fresh, you go to a pen and you don't leave until you are dry. I don't do high groups, low groups. Everybody's kind of intermingled. So it just kind of depends on where the heats are. But there's some groups that nobody could even walk through. But if there's a sick cow, it'll be on a report, so we don't necessarily have to walk through those pens. So, yep. So I have an on-staff guy that does some feet during the week, lame cows that pop up that really can't wait. And then I have a hoof trimmer that comes in every Friday, and then he'll also come in and added Thursday at least once a month. So he does all maintenance trims pretty much. So between the 2 dairies, we stay on top of that. I usually do one kind of middle of the road, maybe like 150 days of milk, and then they'll get a maintenance trim at before dry off. And then, as they come up, but my on-staff guy, I think is pretty important to us. As feet kind of come up, he's able to get them without waiting for the trimmer. If it's 6 days later, that cow needs attention kind of then. We did just put in a new automatic foot bath, which I hope is going to bring some benefits to us as well. We were running copper sulfate foot baths, but with our rotary parlor, it took a while to fill them and dump them, and very labor intensive. And we didn't run any formaldehyde just because of the issues with employees handling that. So we have a new automatic foot bath that's doing all the fills off of timer, all this. We don't touch any chemical, we don't touch any water. It blasts itself out and cleans it. And so my employees really like it because now the guy that used to have to fill the foot bath doesn't have to fill anything. Just has to make sure he scrapes the poop away from it. But so and we're running formaldehyde in it because there's nobody's touching anything. And then they handle all the OSHA paperwork that needs to be done with that too. And so I'm excited to see what we just got that started a few weeks ago. So I'll be excited to see what our hoof health does. Just because we have hairy warts and sometimes we struggle with them more than others. So yeah, I'll be excited to see if that kind of keeps my guy during the week not wrapping feet and dealing with lame cows. Any other questions? If there's not, or if you do after the fact, I'll hang out in here for a while. But I just want to thank everybody for sitting in here and listening to me. So thanks, and enjoy your time at Expo.
But you don't hear a hiss. Hello, hello. Okay, but you don't hear that same whatever you were hearing before. Well, it was noticeable before. Let me go and try to open up a couple of mics. Plug this one in. I'm going to shut it off for a second. I just turned on the lav too. Does the lav bring in a lot of the hiss? Or is it didn't change at all, huh? Okay. Shut that off. So the next thing I want to do is check, check. Hello, hello. Is that super loud? Not bad.
So, we finally sat back down in January and we started talking about the B2 tag.
Hello, hello, 1 2 2. Andy. That's me talking pretty low. I am a little bit. So this is better than it was, about the same? I'm talking quietly. We have a professional speaker next. I mean, not that we didn't before. But if he projects, I might need to drop this level a little bit. But
Am I gonna be tied to that?
what's that?
Am I gonna be tied to that mic or?
How would we do like a lob so you can walk around a little bit? Yeah, that's fine. We've got a lob right here. There is a large projector in here, so once you get moving far, you're gonna get light.
I see what you're saying, okay, so yeah, just like this area.
Yeah, feel free. I mean, I'm not telling you.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, Andy, I'll get you a check in just a minute. Let me check the time here. Can we revisit this in about 10 minutes? All right, thanks. I'll call you back. Bye. A little noise out of this mixer. We're trying to get rid of it.
Yeah, okay.
We hear, well, we hear that.
I had a couple of videos and doors pushers.
If you'd like to plug in, if you need power, we ran out of outlets, so we ran an extra cord here today. But all you need to do is plug in, and if there, is there audio that'll come back up with those as well? I got this on right now. I'll turn it off for a minute. Hang on, Doc, I'm gonna go hand it in, just give me a good mic check. Perfect.
Hey, Paul, it's been a while. Good, how are you? Don't let me interrupt.
Oh, that's all right, yeah, just one second, yeah.
Yeah.
I might run by.
Ready to listen to a mic check? Doc's just gonna lay one on you whenever you come through.
I'll get that from Jeff.
I just gave you a mic check 30 seconds ago. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. There's a delay.
And you're not, yeah, I understand you're not.
Yeah, we try to stand by, another market. But no, we have the strength. In fact, I just saw it.
I need to get it because I don't have to do it.
Talk, talk, talk. This is a mic check from the lectern. No podium, but a lectern. Hello, Andy. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
How's it going? Good. I'm with USDA Brownsville.
Lavalier mic check. 1, 2, 3. Lavalier mic check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello.
We're going to explore some challenges about what happens when that goes wrong. We're going to talk about how to monitor it on your dairies. And then last, we'll spend just a little bit of time on the back end of the milk flow curve. So we have the milk flow curve here of an individual cow. On the bottom axis here, or the x-axis, we have time. On the y, we have flow in pounds per minute. So we attach this unit down here. Immediately you see on this cow, right, she goes to a high flow rate, okay, up here to a high flow rate. And this is what we call the front end of the curve, right, to about the first 2 minutes of time. Could be a little bit different depending on there. And then we have the back end of the curve, or what happens after peak flow rate. And we have the decline phase of the curve. And so we're going to talk about first the front end of the curve, and then second, the back end. So what do we want to see? This is what we want to see, right? This rapid, uninterrupted increase in milk flow to peak. So when we attach that unit to that cow, she's ready to milk. And when we put the unit on, her teats are full, and we immediately see that rise to peak flow. And we see no decline after that until she's finished milking, right, and then down. You can see this cow here. These graphs are from a unit called a lactocorder. This cow gave 31 pounds, and she did it in under 3 minutes. Rapid rise to peak, rapid full at the end. Okay, when we contrast that, this is what we'd call a bimodal flow curve, or a delayed milk ejection. It's kind of a newer term we're talking about with some of Ron Erskine's work and Roger Thompson's work out of Michigan. So what do we mean by that? What we mean by that is this flow curve. This is out of a herd we were at a couple weeks ago. They have 2 double 24 parlors. They milk about 3,500 cows. And too many of their cows, we see this flow curve. And what we see here, right, is we see milking start. It starts. We don't see that rise to peak that we want. And then it goes down. And then we see a second rise, or a second peak, right? So that's that bimodal. And so what happens during that time period is, if you look at the unit, this happens to be a picture. I don't have a picture from this dairy. It's a different dairy with a different claw. But you can see the illustration is that you actually see milk flow stop in the individual claw, right? Just as it shows here on the graph, it slows or stops, and then we see that second peak. Now what happens to the cow during that period of time? If you watch the cow, a lot of those cows will start to step, or they'll start to kick at the unit because they start to become uncomfortable. And we'll show you some graphs about the vacuum and what's happening with that to help you understand why the cow's reacting like that during this time period. Okay? Just to give you an idea, right, that was an individual cow on that dairy, 3,500 cow dairy. Okay? This graph here is from a dairy that's 2,700 cows. They milk in a 72-stall rotary. And this is 6 months of data from that dairy. So each one of these days, right, represents all those 2,700 cows. They're milking 3 times a day. And what do we see here? If we look at this, we start to see the flow curves here. This dark blue line here is the first, This dark blue line is from 0 to 15 seconds, and we get about 1 pound per minute. Then we go up to this light pink line. That's the 15 to 30. Then notice what happens. We go down to this dark purple, or the 30 to 60 second flow. And then lastly, we go up to the peak flow, or the 60 to 120. So what does that mean? That means every day for 6 months on this herd, the average cow is bimodal out of these 2,700 cows. Day after day after day, right? So it's not just a problem on individual cows, right? We can see it at the herd level. In other words, at the herd level, we see this pattern, right, where we go up, and then at the 30 to 60 second interval, we come down, and then we go to peak. So we know on this dairy, right, we have a problem with letdown that's happening day after day. Okay? I'm going to step back for a second and just make sure we're all comfortable with a couple concepts about the physiology of milk letdown. So remember, the milk ejection is an inborn reflex that's not under the conscious control of the cow. You can think about a reflex. It's not quite like that, but you can think about it, right? When the doctor hits your knee and your knee jerks up, right? We don't want you to think about it quite like that because you need to stimulate the cow more than just an initial jerk, and I'll show you some pictures in a minute. But that's the way you can think about it, right? It's an inborn reflex. The second thing is to think about this in the bottom, right? If we go in there and stimulate that cow, if we do it 10 minutes after she left the parlor, we stimulate her, guess what's going to happen? She's going to let down milk again. It's just that reflex, right? And guess what? There's going to be milk in her still 10 minutes after she got milk. And we can harvest more milk again. We never completely milk cows out. And we don't want to, because they're constantly producing milk, right? So that shouldn't be our goal, is to get every last drop of milk out of them, because when they leave the parlor, we could stimulate them again and bring them back around, and we could reharvest milk out of those cows. And that's what we want them to do, right? That's their job for us. Okay, if we think about this, this is just a graphic from Dr. Ron Erskine out of their group here, that Quality Milk Alliance. They've done a lot of good stuff. If you go on that website, there's quite a bit of good stuff they've done out of a grant. This is just a graphic to show you, right, when we stimulate this cow, okay, we stimulate her here on her teats, the nerve signal goes to the brain, okay, and that converts to a signal that says to the pituitary to release oxytocin into the bloodstream, comes down to the heart, pumps through the aorta, right, hits the udder, and when it hits the udder, right, that oxytocin then starts to act on those muscle cells, and it squeezes the milk, literally squeezes the milk. I'll show you a picture in a second. Squeezes the milk out of those alveoli. And then we need time from when it squeezes the milk until it hits the gland cistern. And that's why we need to wait after we stimulate a cow. We need to wait for this to happen. So the other background to make sure everybody understands is that milk is present in two different places in the cow's udder when she comes into the parlor, right? The first place is down here in that gland cistern and the teat cistern, right? So that milk is just sitting there. It's about 20% of the milk yield, depends. There's some variation, lactation and days in milk and that sort of thing. But that milk, all we have to do is we just open the teat canal. If we put a cannula in, it would just drain out. Passive, right? But that's only 20% of the milk. Remember, 80% of the milk is up in the alveoli, and that's where we need the oxytocin. It has to be squeezed out of there with oxytocin. It's under oxytocin control. And that's 80% of the milk. That's where we want, and that's why we need oxytocin and we need stimulation on these cows. So as we think about bimodal milk flow, right? First we harvest the cisternal, and then what do? We wait. And that's why we have that down, right? Because our alveolar milk is not there yet. Either we didn't stimulate her well, or we put the unit on too early. And therefore, we have to wait for that alveolar milk, which is the bulk of the milk. What we want, right, is we want the timing right and the stimulation right so that those two overlap. So we don't have to wait, and we don't have this period where we go down in milk flow. Everybody good with that? Okay? So as we think about the industry, right, one of the things, and one of the, the reasons that I'm happy to think through this talk is as we interact, and a lot of you in the room interact with a lot of dairymen, and probably a lot of dairymen in the room as well, right? But one of the things that we see a little bit from the industry is maybe that the pendulum has swung a little bit too far and thinking about milking speed and putting cows through the parlor too rapidly. And part of what I want you to think about today is Not necessarily going all the way over, right, but coming back toward the center a little bit that says, we want to think about the cow in the mix of this. And we want to make sure, right, that the things we know about the cow and how to stimulate her and how to get milk out of her well, that we're thinking about some of those and not just thinking about, totally about just pushing cows through a parlor and not concerned about how we're milking those cows. And what we'll talk about is what some of the effects are of the differences. So why do we care about bimodal, right? Remember, it has an influence on unit on time. Certainly in our work, some of Michigan's work, they didn't see as much. In our work, we certainly saw that when you have that decline, right, it stretches out the unit on time. Okay? Certainly has an influence on kickoffs and reattaches, cows reacting during that time when the milk flow goes down and the vacuum's up, more likely to kick off. That's when we see our liner slips at the start of milking in a lot of cases, right? Is during that bimodal period. We hear that squawk or that air admission, and we hear it during that time when the milk flow goes down and the cow starts to step. Okay? We send cows leaving the parlor not milked out because of bimodal milk. And the Michigan work, which we'll highlight in a second, right, now is putting on the table that's saying there's actually a loss of milk production here. We're leaving milk on the table by not doing a good job of prepping these cows. So all of these, right, we can think about it, parlor efficiency, mastitis, and certainly the bottom line due to the milk production are on the table. So what causes an actual failure of milk letdown, right? And the first and foremost on the list, right, is that we don't get adequate levels of oxytocin. And this is secondary to stimulation. Okay? As well, we're not going to talk about that at all today, but it's a big deal on some dairies, right? We can have this release of epinephrine or adrenaline, a blockage. For instance, right, if we get cows up out of the freestall, we run them into the parlor, we have loud noises, we have, places where the cows don't want to go, it's scary or stuff like that, right? We can have a blockage of this. And we're not going to touch on that today, but it can happen. And then milking in unfamiliar surroundings, right, would probably be the fresh heifer discussion. First time she's in this parlor, and we actually get a release, the oxytocin release is blocked. So in that case, supplementing with oxytocin, right, does have an effect. In this case, notice when we release the epinephrine, right, what happens? It actually blocks the oxytocin receptors. So we can pour the whole bottle of oxytocin in her. It doesn't do any good because they're blocked. So we got to prevent that, right? So how does it look when we think about a milking routine, right? And remember what I said before, each farm's different. This is just one example. There's a lot of other good routines that don't look like this, so this doesn't have to be the one that you totally copy, right? But as a good example, right, would be we start with fore stripping. We start the clock running. We stimulate her well. We're putting on there 5 to 10 seconds of time from fore stripping. Then we're going to pre-dip her with an approved pre-dip. We're going to wait 30 seconds at least till we wipe that off. And the total time from the start of fore stripping, when we started to fore strip her until we attach the unit for a 3X milk dairy, the goal would be 90 to 180 seconds. Making sure that we're trying to hit that window, right? We give them enough time to let down. That's why we start the clock early, fore strip them first, so that we don't have to wait. So what do we think? And in our herd surveys that we go out and do, so about 3 or 4 days a week we're out on a farm, and I spend a lot of time standing in parlors watching cows, teat scoring, and doing other stuff. And so for our surveys, the most important timing stuff that we're timing are these 3 things. What's the pre-dip contact time? Is it greater than 30 seconds? What's the initial stimulation time? So how much time are the cows being stimulated? Is it 5 to 10 seconds or more? And lastly, what's the lag time? So that time from the start of stimulation until we attach the unit. And that's our 90 to 180 seconds, right? If you're on a 2X milk dairy, you might be able to sneak a little bit lower. If you're on a 4X dairy, we got some good data from when we had a wave of 4X go through the Northeast that we probably actually want to be a little bit longer in that lag time. So then the question we're really asking, right, is are there issues with the timing if it's being performed correctly? In other words, does the routine, on average, get us these timings in this correct way? Now, obviously, we can have individual milkers not doing their job, and that's a problem, right? It's a problem on dairies. But we also want to know, is the overall routine timed correctly, if everybody's doing the right job, right? Okay, I'm going to show you 3 different videos, right? And I want you to think about this from the standpoint of the cow and stimulation. So think about whether this cow is really being stimulated or not, right? So the first one, this is a double 23 parlor. It happens to be a Bomatic parlor, and they're milking about 1,800 cows through that. You didn't probably time it because it was so quick. It's about 3 seconds. 3 seconds of stimulation on that dairy. Okay? This dairy, the next dairy I'm going to show you, this is a 72 bale rotary. They're milking about 2,400 cows. There's 2 robots and 2 guys on this. You didn't time that? 2.8 seconds. That's the stimulation those cows get on that rotary. Okay? This is a double 30. They milk about 2,400 cows through this. And there's 3 guys in here, sets of 10. And by the time he's done, that's 15 seconds. About 7 seconds of strip, 8 seconds of white. The owner of this dairy has it's a GIA system. The middle was a deal valve rotary, that's the GIA. He has it from the GIA software. Every shift, at the end of the shift, those milkers can walk in there, separated by those 10 stalls, by their 10 stalls, and they can see their flow rates. And guess what? They go in there and do that. And they compete with each other for their flow rates. And they know how to get them right because they stimulate these cows. Okay, so what if we get it wrong? What happens? So we think about the cow, right? For the cow, we know she's uncomfortable because she starts to step and kick. More mastitis. Bad for cows, right? Bad for people, bad for the money, right? Certainly the teat, we talk about increased risk of damage. The parlor, why is it bad for the parlor? Increase in unit on time, right? Less efficient, the kickoffs, the reattaches, all of that. Milkers. You get in some of these dairies where they got a poor routine, and what you see is you see milkers just chasing themselves, right? They're reattaching unit. The cows are kicking them off. Cows are getting them dirty. They got to spray them off. We got a lot of hose use. We got manure flying all over the place. It's just bad for milking cows. And it starts with a good routine, right? If we do there, why does the herd manager care, right? More mastitis than the owner. Okay, so less milk, more mastitis, and there's probably other reasons, right? This is just a quick list for you to think through that says it's bad for everybody when we don't do it right. Okay? Just for a second, I wanted to give you just a quick look at teat anatomy, right? And the major thing is, right, this is where the teat attacks to the udder, of course. The major thing I want you to look at is right here. It's called the annular fold, right? We want that liner placed down here. But we know during milking, right, as we milk this cow, what happens is the liner naturally creeps up toward the udder. And when it does, and you can see what happens, when we put pressure on both sides of the annular fold, we shut off the ability of the teat to refill with milk. Not what we want to do right at the beginning of milking. Because we want to harvest milk out of this cow. We don't want to shut off our ability to do it, right? Here's a schematic. I'm not going to go into the details on it, right? But what happens is the dark there is the liner. Excuse me, yeah. The dark there is the liner, so let's see here if I can get this there. Okay, the dark here, the black is the liner. This is the liner lip up here. And then we have this little area here that we call the mouthpiece chamber of the liner. And I'm going to show you in a minute when we have a vacuum recorder in that, and we have one at the teat end, why we care about this. You see on this, the teat is nice and filled. It fills that liner, so we don't have much vacuum going to the mouthpiece chamber. Mouthpiece chamber vacuum stays low. That's what we want. You can think about, though, if that teat pulls away from the liner, it allows vacuum to go toward the mouthpiece, and we see a higher mouthpiece chamber vacuum. Remember that the natural, as we go from the start of milking to the end of milking, we see that liner go up toward the teat base. It naturally does that. It pulls more teat in, and it moves the liner up. That's the force of vacuum on it. Obviously, that's influenced by weight on the claw and other things, right? That's why unit alignment, weight of claw, matching it to liner, all of those are super important because it influences this in terms of how the cow milks. Okay, a couple graphs here just to show you what we see when we think about milk flow. So this is a good letdown cow, right? That milk flow graph, we already talked about it, it's up on the top. She lets down very well, moves up to high peak flow. Now if we look at the vacuum down here in the bottom, the black line is the claw vacuum. Okay, so that's this black line right here. This is the claw vacuum. And then down here is the mouthpiece chamber vacuum. This is a well-milked cow, right? The mouthpiece chamber vacuum stays low throughout milking. She's happy. She doesn't like high mouthpiece chamber vacuum. Contrast that to this cow. This is a bimodal milk cow. See what happens? When that milk flow, okay, so we start here, the vacuum starts to go down, then the vacuum goes up when the milk flow goes down, this black line. And notice how the mouthpiece chamber vacuum goes high. This is when the cow starts to react. She doesn't like that. Okay, notice in this cow that mouthpiece chamber vacuum never goes back down to where it should be. So she's milked under high vacuum her whole time in that teat, and she doesn't like that, and she'll let us know that sometimes by kicking the unit off, or certainly stepping or being uncomfortable, right? What do we see when we score teats? We see when that unit comes off, we see the teat in the left, right? Which is, you notice this line of demarcation, right, or this line right here where it's red down here. If you were to touch this teat, the cow would kick you, and you'd feel a firmness to it, right? Because we have not treated this teat well during milking. And so the extreme example is the one on the right where we see this was from a 3X dairy where we had the wrong, vacuum settings were wrong, right? And we see those little hemorrhage, that's broken, burst capillaries on the bottom. That's when we get it wrong and it matters to the cow, right? Too wrong. So she spends too much time in low flow at high vacuum. Okay, why else do they matter? So we know from some studies out of Europe and a study we did, Dr. Matthias Wieland, who's with our team here, he did a study, and we know that when we get it wrong in the parlor and we see that edema at the teat end or hardness at the teat end, it influences how quickly their teat canals close when they leave the parlor. Our old thought was they leave the parlor right, we want to keep them standing for a half hour, and then the teat canals close and they can lay down. We now know, right, if we do it wrong in a parlor and they leave with that edema in the teat end, that it influences it. And on our study, it was a 3X milk dairy. We had it at the teaching dairy, right? Some of those cows, when they came back into milk 8 hours later, their teat canals still were not closed. Their canals are open. And you know what that means when they lay in bedding that's not sterile. And very few bedding samples are sterile when we get them out of stalls, right? So it's an open avenue, an open risk for mastitis in those cows. So what we do with the parlor influences the risk of environmental mastitis out in the stalls. Obviously, what we do with the stalls out there makes a deal too, right? It's not, I'm not discounting that at all, but the parlor there. Okay, this is a confusing slide. I apologize. I just put it all on here. This was a latest study that we did at the teaching dairy, and all I want you to look at is up top here. We randomized cows, and there was 2 treatments. The first treatment was forestrip and wipe those cows. The other half of the cows, we only wiped them. So the difference is, right, and we held the lag time constant. Every cow had 90 seconds of lag time. So the difference here, right, is in this. One group, we forestrip and wipe, we get 16 seconds of stimulation. One group, we only get 7 seconds because we only wipe them. Okay? And then we switched them. So 7 days on treatment, control group, we switch it. The other group goes on 7 days of treatment to make sure there was no cow effect. Right? Okay, what do we see? More bimodals when we didn't forestrip, longer unit on time, more risk of short-term teat damage. Now, this was at the teaching dairy, right? And we had a very good routine in there already, and we're getting 7 seconds of stimulation. So in this study, we actually did not see any difference in milk. But our interpretation of that was we already started with a very good routine. We already started with 7 seconds of stimulation, right, versus some of our other studies where we might look at where we're getting 3, like I showed you on the real field data stuff. Right? So that was the difference. Okay? So Dr. Ron Erskine, Roger Thompson, the others at Michigan State, right? We presented at a short course with him at NMC in Michigan here during the summer, right? And their data shows 1 minute delay, 7 pounds of milk on that milking tossed away. That's their logo, that's their statement. Their research shows, right, that if we delay them by a minute for that delayed milk ejection, right, we don't get full milk ejection until a minute after we put it on, that we're losing 7 pounds of milk, probably on the mature cows, right? There's a difference between heifers and mature cows, right? That's true. There's a gradient there, right? But just as something easy to remember, Ron's got this slogan there is a minute delay, 7 pounds tossed away. So there's milk there from their studies that they did. And if you want those, I can give you, it's a Journal of Dairy Science article they published, peer-reviewed article. It's a good article if you want to read it. So what do I think for you guys? To me, your action item is go home and time your routine. Right? If you're out on dairies doing consultant, is time the routine. Make sure we're in those 3 critical areas that we outlined. If it's not correct, start thinking about how we can change it. And when you start putting the dollars on it, start putting the milk on it, right, it can be worth some major changes on your dairy to think about how we can do better for the cows. Okay? Without a good routine, right, it's going to be a big challenge to milk cows quickly, gently, and completely because we're going to have that bimodal flow. And when we have that, we don't milk cows out well, and we don't milk them necessarily as quick. Okay? So how do we monitor that, right? If we have parlor data, I'd encourage you to use 2-minute milk. In our hands, it's the easiest one to use. 2-minute milk. These numbers up here I gave you for 3 and 2X, definitely conservative. Dr. Reed in the room could probably give us examples where he's got way over that on dairies. And we got some too in New York, not maybe as many. But certainly dairies can do a lot better than this, but this is a good starting goal. Right? If we're not there above 15 for a 3X dairy, there's some issue with our routine that's not supporting good letdown. Right? If we don't have parlor data, then what you really got to do is you got to keep timing the routine, and you got to do it at unannounced times for your milkers. If you got videos, right, you can do it from the video, but time them and make sure they're doing it consistently. Because if they're not, it's the start of the problem. Okay? And what do we mean by 2-minute milk, just so everybody's clear, right? So what we mean is the pounds of milk harvested in the first 2 minutes, and this is just an example here of 2 different cows, right? You can see the cow on the left here. I put that red line there. She gives 18 pounds in the first 2 minutes. Rapid rise to peak. Notice the cow on the right, we have that bimodal letdown, and so on her we get 7.3 pounds. And that's why we can use 2-minute milk as a measure of whether or not we're seeing bimodal letdown. We can use others, right? There's others we can use. We can use those flow intervals and that. But 2-minute milk seems to be easy for farms to use and remember and track. And that's why we tend to use it. Okay, so this is a double 12. I wrote the report yesterday, actually, for this dairy. We were just there. They hired a guy back in the early summer to actually start working with the milkers some. And so when I pulled this report up and wrote the report, right, what do I see? This is 2-minute milk. This is by the milkings. So milking 1 is red there. Milking 2 is blue, and milking 3 is pink. What do we see? This is from June until September. Every single day on this herd for 3 months of data, we see a nice rise, right? We see a pat in the back for this guy who's actually working with the milkers, starting to get a better routine in place, making sure that they're consistent. And we see that rise in 2-minute milk. Better routine, better harvested milk. Okay? So Just a couple other thoughts to make sure we haven't left them out, right? If we think about the front end of the curve, we also got to think about vacuum and pulsation, because they can be critical, especially if we don't have them set right. So the question for you, right, is for your dairy or the dairies you're on, right, have we measured the average claw vacuum at peak flow for that 5 to 30 second interval on at least 10 cows? If we don't know it, we're batting blind. We need to know it, because it's what we set, right? It's what we set your system based on what it is at the cow level, right? And what does that mean? It means the goals of your dairy have to be taken into account, the liner we're using, and the risk of over milking would be on the table in terms of where we set that vacuum level for your dairy. But if we don't know it, we can't set it. So we need to know it, right? This is just an example from about 6 months ago. We were on this dairy. Second time I'd been on the dairy. First time we've been, it was one of the best teat scored dairy that I've scored. And they happened to be on an IBA liner at that point. But they were a 1,000 cow dairy, double 20 parallel parlor, right? This is the second time we were there. They were complaining about an increase in clinical mastitis, and the cell count was going up. Immediately within the first half hour of scoring, I knew something was different, right? It's pretty obvious. The cows were telling us that. They're kicking. They're unhappy, right? This hardness at the teat end is what we call the short-term scores. So by scoring them, immediately we knew we were seeing edema at the teat end. We were measuring claw vacuum right. The average claw vacuum was 13.3. I called up the dealer, and the dealer said, what do we want these liners set at, right? They wanted them at 11.5. Significantly out of line in terms of what the liner manufacturer, the range they want the liners in, right? So we put in place a plan to lower the vacuum on this dairy, and it happened, and things got better. How about pulsation, right? Have we measured the pulsation adequately, right? And have we thought about if we change stuff, have we changed pulsation? This is a 700 cow dairy in a double 10, and they had changed liners. Unfortunately, when they did, the dealership didn't graft the pulsators. They changed from a 60-40 to a 65-35. And what we did was we took our D phase down below our general recommendation of 200 to 250. And the dairy was complaining to us. The reason we were there was because they were seeing an increase in mastitis and some other challenges. And so one of the things that was on the table, right, was that we had to make sure we'd actually graft it when we changed liners and shells to make sure we had the right pulsation settings for the liner they were using. Yep. So what's the summary then of the front end of the curve? I bold it because it's the most important, is milking routine. And it's about stimulation and lag time from stimulation to unit attachment. We also got to think about vacuum and pulsation. Okay? And then just for a couple minutes, I'm going to switch to the back end because sometimes we forget the back end of the curve. But remember, that can have a strong influence on milking speed, right? So what do we think about in the back end? We think about unit alignment, automatic takeoff settings, and the use of manual mode. Notice on this cow right here, right, she had a very nice front end curve, and then she comes down, and then she dribbles out for another 2 minutes of time of unit on time with very little milk flow. During that time, we see teat damage, we see abnormal cow behavior, and it's a waste of parlor time. Okay, so one of the things that influence that is unit alignment. Here's an actual picture from those two double 24s I showed you, and you can see how poor the unit alignment is on this. So those quarters, we don't have even weight on all the quarters. So what do we see? We see quarters milk out at different rates. And you can see this, what we call a step down on the lactoquarter graph here at the end of milking. So you see individual quarters finishing here, and then it prolongs the unit on time on this cow. So she gives 36 pounds. She does it in just over 4 minutes. But a decent amount of that time, right, was spent because an individual quarter didn't have even weight on it, and it was slower milking than the other 2 or 3. And so remember, unit alignment can start to influence that. What else does unit alignment do? Can increase our risk for liner slips. As we just talked about, it influences the milking speed of individual quarters because we don't have even weight. And remember, it influences where that liner positions on the teat. Risk of teat damage, right? Certainly can add confusion when we think about making takeoff setting changes because then we have quarters that aren't milked out or milked out, and people don't want to make changes if we have poor unit alignment because it looks like we're leaving a lot of milk in a quarter. The reality is it's due to poor unit alignment on a lot of dairies and not necessarily the takeoffs. Yep. So what about takeoffs or automatic takeoffs or automatic cluster removals if you're from the other side of the pond? Why would we think about doing it? Better for the cow, better for the milking speed of the parlor, right? And reduces unit on time. But the question is, what about milk? So that's certainly the question we get from dairymen, right? And there's some good studies out there. We did one as well because there wasn't a good study that was an actual controlled study to look at takeoff settings as high as we've seen them in New York, and I'm certainly as high as Dr. Reed has them out here in other areas. So what did we do? We took 689 cows, we randomized them. This was an AFI system. So we set the takeoffs for each individual cow. So for this group right up here, they were set at 2.8 pounds per minute. This bottom group of 345 cows at 1.8. Nobody in the dairy knows it. The cows are all commingled in their normal groups. They're eating, they're doing everything commingled. They walk in the parlor, the ID knows it, and it applies that takeoff setting. So that's the only difference, right? We run it for 6 weeks. What do we see? No difference in milk. We didn't lose any milk. No change in milk on that. What did we see, right? 27 seconds of unit on time. So about a half a minute, right, of less unit on time when we had takeoffs. No difference in components. The short-term teat scores were better. In other words, the cows were happier. And we didn't see any differences in mastitis. Remember, we only ran it for 6 weeks, so it wasn't a long-term study. We really were looking for milk. Did we see milk differences? And we didn't. Which the other studies, none of them had seen it either, right? Some of the older work. So there. Now, if we're going to make takeoff settings, right, remember, we need to take into account the complete picture. So I wouldn't just go home and randomly start changing your takeoffs, right? We got to think about what's going on with your dairy, what's the milking routine, the teat scoring, the goals of the dairy, right? What the milking equipment is, the strip yields. So try to do it in a systematic way. But I would encourage you to do it if you haven't done it. So how do we monitor that back end? If you got parlor data, I'd recommend using unit on time and time in low flow. And time in low flow means time less than 2 pounds a minute. If you don't have parlor data, then we got to time the unit on time, and we can watch the cows and see what they're doing at the end of milking. Of course, we can still do strip yield. So, in summary, when we think about the front end of the curve, what do we think about? We want you to time your routine, right? We want you to monitor it with 2-minute milk. Make sure we know what your claw vacuum is, and make sure you know what your pulsators are set at. When we think about the back end, check unit alignment in your parlor. Some parlors have very good unit alignment devices, and milkers don't use them. Some parlors have very poor unit alignment devices, so the milkers have no chance of aligning units. We've got to decide which way it goes on your dairy, right? And check what your takeoffs are at. Adjust them if the picture warrants it. And how do we monitor that? Again, unit on time, time in low flow, and actually watching the individual units. So, with that, we'll take questions if you have any. Yep.
Can you explain the physiology of the 2x, 3x, or 4x duration before unit goes on? You were saying
Yep.
90 to 180 for 3x, but there would be less for 2x and more.
Yep. So the question, just to repeat the question for they're recording it, so I'm going to repeat the question just so, yep. Her question was, why does it differ? Why does the lag time, I'm going to summarize your question, why does the lag time differ when we go from 2x to 3x to 4x? And it's a good question, right? What we think's on the table is there's differences in the amount of cisternal milk versus alveolar milk in those different populations of animals. That's what we think, right? Some of this is a little bit of what I call field research, which means when we change it in the field, we see differences. So we think that's why we got to wait a little bit longer. Because on the 2x, right, the udder pressure is going to be that much higher. And so theoretically, we might have more cisternal milk, less alveolar, so the timing is different. 4x, the amount of milk we harvest per milking is lower, even though maybe per day it's more, but per milking it's lower, and therefore we got to wait a little bit longer. That's what we're thinking. Yep. Mm-hmm. Question? So his question is, if we compare different brands of milking equipment, which one gives us the best data on flow and that sort of thing? Yeah. So I don't have an easy answer for you on that because remember, for most milking equipment manufacturers, right, there's a variety of products that they sell. So for most milking equipment manufacturers, they sell the top of the line products that are there. In other words, you can get all of the flow data and all the things that we ever want, right? And in robots now, we can get it all on the quarter level, more than we ever thought we wanted, right, at the quarter level. So it's probably there. Each of the milking equipment manufacturers have good data that's there and available, but we don't see that on every dairy, right? So the dairy can choose, right? They might buy a middle level takeoff or something that really doesn't have, it just has a flow sensor, right, and doesn't have a meter, and so we don't get that data from that dairy. So there's quite a bit of variation out there on farms of what we have, right? From the milking equipment manufacturer, I'd say to you, I don't see a lot of differences from their technology in terms of in their program. Now, ease of getting it out of software, maybe we can talk a little bit about that. You know, some maybe are a little bit easier than others or not, but most of them have the data that we need in there. In other words, they have the flow intervals, the 2-minute melt, they have the unit on time, they have all of those, yeah, with meters in full systems. Yeah. Fair for others in the room? Fair statement? Yeah. Question? So the question is, for cows with robots, do we get enough lag time? Yeah, and I'm going to answer that in two ways. One is, in my mind, robot cows are still cows, which means the lag time is still the same, right? So that means we still need that. We don't have all of a sudden they walk into a robot tomorrow and their lag time changes, right? That doesn't happen. Do the robots allow for it? We see differences definitely with that, and we work on that, right? We just wrote a robot report that we were at, a nice little two robot herd that's having challenges with how the cows are reacting to the robot. And so there's things you can do, right, and time it. Now that one, for that robot, was red, right on, right? In other words, the lag time for those cows from the first teat prep till the first teat attach was 100 seconds. Bang, right? But they're doing a couple extra brushes, they're doing a couple extra things. So I would definitely time it in robots. It definitely matters. And if we shorten it, we get into trouble. Okay? Other questions? Okay. So his question was about if we pre-dip first and force strip second, or we force strip first and pre-dip second. What do we see as differences? So what I'd say to you is that gets into the mechanics of how we design a routine on the dairy, right? So in my mind, the worst we would see, right, is if we pre-dip first and in that same pass we force strip, especially with foam, right, we strip most of the pre-dip right off. So if we're going to do that, we got to refoam, which means we got to use more dip, which is fine. We got dairies that do that, right? Now, if you're going to go down through and pre-dip the cows, come back, force strip the cows, come back, wipe the cows, that's fine, right? That we wouldn't see much. The challenge with that, right, is it's the second step you're doing is force stripping, which starts the stimulation. So you got to make sure your lag time is long enough, right? If we force strip first, right, it starts the clock running at this time we start force strip. Does that make sense, right? And then we pre-dip. So others can correct me in the room if I'm wrong. In terms of actual studies, that any studies have shown there's one versus the other that's any better or worse, no. It's about designing them into the routine and making sure that we get dip on the teat and it stays on there for 30 seconds. Yep. And then how it works in the routine. Yep. So it's a little bit of an individual farm management discussion. Yep. Make sense? Yeah. Yeah, good. So the question was, do we see a difference in human hand versus robot brush? My answer to that is, until I showed the data there, one of that 72 stall rotor, where we see that bimodal is a robot brush. In our hands, the one thing that's been good about like the handheld robot brushes is stimulation. In other words, they seem to do a real good job of stimulating. teat end cleanliness, maybe not quite as good, but stimulation has been a decent thing. This was a robotic brush rotary, on the rotary, right? And for whatever reason on that dairy, the cows definitely told us that that was not the same stimulation as when we were force stripping. And we saw it very quickly and very easily, and it never changed over the course of 6 months. So the cows didn't adjust to that robot brush. But there may be some other factors there that aren't to do with the actual robot brush. Do we see it on actual robots? I think we're fine with brushes. So in the end, that long-winded answer, probably on most of them we don't see a major difference in stimulation. There's some other differences, but in terms of the stimulation it provides, force stripping versus that, we haven't been able to see a major, that's just field experience, right? We haven't done a side-by-side study. Yeah. Yeah. So what did we do different in a herd that had dirty udders? I'd walk out in the stalls and convince them to change their stalls. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, you know, we gotta add in another wiping step. You know, so we got to get the teats clean. And that's one of the challenges with robots a little bit, right, is the robot can't predict that tonight, right, if all of a sudden today we get dirty udders and then tonight. So, I mean, the goal, though, of course, would be to keep them coming in clean. You know, that's the best thing, is that we solve the problem out in the stalls, whether it's bedding, cow placement, cow positioning, bedding frequency, or those, so that they come in clean. Yeah. But when they get in there, right, we also got to get in the minds of the milkers, right, that says, if this cow's coming in dirty, it takes you longer to wipe her, but you got to do it, right? Because the last thing we want to do is put units on dirty teats. Good with it? What are your thoughts on that? No, I was thinking about him. Any other thoughts you had? Okay, oh yeah, okay, sorry, yeah, that's fine, yeah. We can chat afterward then on that, yeah. Okay, other questions? If not, thank you very much. Been a great audience, appreciate it, yep.
To evaluate or check the oxytocin releasing on the soil. So, I mean,
Research-wise, you can, right? I mean, so cannulated cow, you know, I mean, putting in indwelling catheters, and we've done that, you know, I mean, to look at the oxytocin levels, actually, yeah, but not easily otherwise. Yeah. Research, but you know the answer. If the cow's let down, there's yeah.
Okay. I'm good? Hey, yay. We are ready to start if you want to do the introduction.
Muy buenas tardes y muchísimas gracias por venir aquí. Me llamo Ronald Eustace y tal vez hemos conocido allá en la registración, pero voy a saludar a Paola y también a ustedes. Gracias por venir aquí. En primer lugar, me gustaría saber cuántos países tenemos representados aquí. ¿Qué país? Nada más. Colombia. Colombia. México. Venezuela. República Dominicana. México.
México.
México. Bueno. Brasil. Fala portugués. Honduras. ¿Algo más?
Chile.
Chile. Chile. Bueno. Sí.
Francia. Wow.
Chile también.
Yes.
Bueno. Bien. Bienvenidos al World Dairy Expo en el año 2022. Quiero explicar que yo fui aquí en 1968. Entonces, hace 54 años atrás. Todavía está vivo. Este seminario, rutinas de ordeño, cómo afectan la eficiencia de ordeño y la producción de leche, patronizada por Progressive Dairy Care. Link en español. Nuestra presentadora es Paola Basigalupo Sanguesa. ¿Está bien?
Yes.
Ok. Médico veterinario. Maestría. Educadora de extensión. En Michigan State University.
Yes.
Universidad Estatal de Michigan. Bueno, adelante.
Muchas gracias.
Y gracias.
Uy,
Un aplauso.
Okay. So, perdón, seguí en inglés. Muchas gracias por esperar por las demoras técnicas que tuvimos. Como Ron me presentó, soy Paola, soy médico veterinaria y trabajo como educadora de extensión en Michigan State. Y también estoy trabajando ahora en mi doctorado. Y bueno, esto fue lo mejor que pudimos hacerlo. Créanme que lo que ven en azul es verde, lo que ven en como azul claro es blanco, pero creo que el contenido va a funcionar de todas formas, ¿ya? La eficiencia de sala de ordeño es algo que estamos normalmente, o yo diría que todos acá estamos bien familiarizados. Métricas como cuántas vacas por hora se están ordeñando, o cuántas líneas o lotes o grupos por hora, vacas por ordeñador por hora, son métricas que son bastante útiles cuando queremos ver si estamos ocupando nuestra sala bien. Le estamos sacando el mayor provecho a esa sala de ordeño, que por cierto es uno de los componentes más caros de una granja lechera. Pero muchas veces se prioriza la eficiencia de ordeño sin tener en consideración la eficiencia de ordeño. Y la eficiencia de ordeño, que esto yo creo que hasta a mí me cuesta un poco hacer la diferencia entre los dos conceptos, son bastante distintos, pero necesitamos que estén en armonía, balance o que coexistan para que le podamos sacar el
el mayor provecho a la sala de ordeño y al proceso de ordeña de las vacas. Y les conté que la eficiencia de ordeño no todos estamos bien familiarizados, pero ¿qué es? La definición teórica es el porcentaje de tiempo de ordeño que una vaca está con flujo alto o máximo durante el tiempo de ordeña. ¿Ya? Yo soy bien visual, entonces acá tengo una ayuda visual para esto, para que se entienda mejor. Si este bloque representa un ordeño, digamos de 5 minutos, que la vaca tuvo las pezoneras conectadas 5 minutos, ese es el tiempo. Ahora con este otro color, un verde más brillante, eso representa el tiempo que esta vaca estuvo con un flujo de leche alto o cercano al máximo. 5 minutos de ordeña, 4 minutos y 45 segundos con flujo alto. Esta es una eficiencia de ordeño del 95%. Buena eficiencia. Aquí me van a tener que creer por ahora, ya les voy a explicar más. Cabe decir aquí que eficiencias de ordeño del 100% no son reales. Eso significa que la vaca estaría en un flujo alto desde el momento que se le conectó la pezonera hasta que se le sacó. Eso solamente ocurre si es que nosotros cortamos la ordeña antes de que la vaca termine. Una ordeña que tiene retiros de pezonera automático, el flujo tiene que disminuir para que se puedan retirar. Entonces, esa 100% no es real. ¿Qué sí es real? Este gráfico acá, en el eje horizontal, tenemos distintos promedios de eficiencia de ordeño o promedios de tiempo en flujo de leche alto de 57 rebaños de Michigan. Y en el eje vertical simplemente tenemos cuántos rebaños están en cada categoría. Vemos primero que el rango va desde el 61% hasta más del 90%. Voy a tratar de ocupar esto. Ups. Ahí está. Si tenemos una vaca de acá, de este bloque, significa que esas vacas, en promedio, que pertenecían a uno de esos rebaños, estuvieron en flujo alto por entre el 60 y 70% solamente. O sea, si tenemos un ordeño de 5 minutos, son alrededor de 3 minutos que tuvieron un buen flujo. ¿Qué pasó el resto? Hay problemas ahí. Eso ya no es un indicador de problema. ¿Dónde está? Y tenemos también los rebaños que anduvieron mejor cuando hicimos este estudio. Ups, acá. La mediana, o sea, el rebaño que está justo al medio de estos 57 rebaños, tenía una eficiencia de ordeño del 84%. Eso ya es considerado bueno. Pero los top 10, los rebaños que estaban mejor en cuanto a su eficiencia, tuvieron eficiencia de igual o mayor al 90%. O sea, eso es lograble. Es una meta que todos los rebaños y todos los ordeños deberían tener. Si miramos, es una descripción, aquí tengo todos los pasos incluidos en una rutina de ordeño, como recomienda la NMC, la National Mastitis Council, que aquí no nos estamos saltando nada. Todos esos pasos nos pueden llevar a un ordeño bien exitoso. Pero ¿cuándo podemos ver que una alteración de estos pasos se nos traduce en problemas de eficiencia? Puede ser en la primera parte entre el despunte y la conexión de pezoneras, eso es uno, o el otro puede ser al momento de la remoción de pezonera. ¿Y en qué se traduce esto? Si está relacionado con la remoción de pezoneras, ahí es cuando vemos sobreordeño, que causa problemas en la eficiencia, o si es antes o durante la conexión de las pezoneras, ahí vemos el problema que es de eyección de leche tardía. Y aquí empezamos la parte buena de la presentación. En el bloque de arriba tengo la misma ordeño que ya les presenté, 95%, perfecto, eso es lo que queremos. El segundo ordeño representa un ordeño más largo. El flujo verde representa flujo alto, el flujo rojo, que ya lo van a ver, representa un flujo bajo. Esta vaca tiene el mismo tiempo de flujo alto que el anterior, pero al final vemos que ya esa vaca tiene un flujo bajo de leche. Ese ordeño corresponde a una, estimado, estos son ejemplos solamente, de eficiencia de ordeño es de 83%. Y es debido a un sobreordeño. Eso es como se representa. Ahora la última tiene el mismo tiempo de ordeña, 5 minutos que la primera. Pero acá vemos que hay bajo flujo en el inicio de la ordeña, seguido por un flujo normal, alto, se termina de ordeñar bien. Esta última representa una eficiencia de ordeño de 75%. Se ve bastante alterada y esa es debido a una eyección de leche tardía. Y este es el que estamos identificando ahora como uno de los mayores problemas para la eficiencia de leche. Bien básico acerca del sobreordeño. ¿Qué es esto? La definición teórica es la continuación del ordeño por más de 30 segundos después del cese del flujo de leche. Si seguimos ordeñando la vaca luego que se le acabó su leche, es ya considerado un sobreordeño. ¿Y qué pasa durante ese periodo de tiempo? Es que tenemos, debido a que no hay leche saliendo del orificio del pezón, el pezón se expone a altos niveles de vacío. Y nada bueno viene de un pezón que se expone a niveles altos de vacío. Eso es bastante dañino para la vaca y vemos impactos negativos en el pezón de la vaca y en las vacas. Las vacas, en ese momento, si alguna vez han observado una vaca que estaba en sobreordeño, muestran señales de incomodidad y de dolor. Y si esto es algo que se exponen crónicamente múltiples veces en los ordeños, vemos que ya se desarrollan hiperkeratosis del pezón, que viene con riesgos aumentados de infección intramamaria y es más difícil de limpiar al momento de la preparación de la ubre. Las causas del sobreordeño es debido a un retiro tardío de las unidades. Y las dos causas de eso es nosotros, si no le estamos poniendo atención a un retiro que son en una sala de ordeño donde no hay retiros automáticos, o la máquina. Si los retiros automáticos no están programados correctamente, esas vacas se van a ir muy secas, es como el término práctico. Le estamos sacando mucha leche y estamos exponiendo a estas vacas a sobreordeño. Ahora este video, que espero que funcione. Sí, funciona. 2 vacas, misma sala de ordeño, miren la de su izquierda, flujo perfecto al momento de conexión de las pezoneras. La de la derecha vemos muy poquita leche, muy poca leche, muy poca leche y recién ahora tenemos un flujo alto de leche. Esa vaca de la derecha es un video clásico de una eyección de leche tardía, bajada de leche tardía o bajada de leche bimodal. Estos son todos sinónimos. Estamos tratando de, los que estamos en este campo de investigación, estamos tratando de que todos ahora hablemos de eyección de leche tardía. Y simplemente es esto, es la interrupción del flujo de la leche que está en las cisternas y la interrupción del flujo con la leche que viene de los alvéolos. Voy a explicar esto un poquito más después. Al igual que en el proceso de sobreordeño, se ve que el pezón, como no está saliendo leche, el pezón se expone a niveles altos de vacío y impacta negativamente el pezón, la salud del pezón. Aquí se ve mucho congestión en las vacas que sufren de esto. Impacta a las vacas. Aquí muchas veces las vacas se tratan de quitar la máquina, se patean, se balancean de un lado al otro. Y por la razón de que yo creo que están acá, es porque afecta la producción de la leche. Y esto es como la información nueva que tenemos en cuanto a este fenómeno. Las causas de la eyección tardía de leche pueden ser 4. Normalmente son 2. Una estimulación insuficiente durante el tiempo de preparación de la ubre y un tiempo de latencia inadecuado, ya sea mucho o poco. Ahí vemos presencia de eyección de leche tardía y también por liberación de epinefrina o adrenalina. Esto aquí se ve en las becerras o las vaquillas de primer parto que van la primera vez a la sala de ordeño, tienen problema con la eyección de la leche y también puede ser causado por un mal ajuste de las pezoneras o las pulsaciones inadecuadas. Lo que sí sabemos ya por muchos años, por muchos estudios que se han hecho, es que la eyección de la leche es dependiente 100% de la oxitocina. ¿Ya? Y la oxitocina es esta hormona que todos los mamíferos producen que ayuda a la eyección de la leche. ¿Cómo funciona esto? Bueno, se ve bien. Esta es una ilustración bien básica de la ubre, del tejido mamario, y que está, si lo pueden ver, está dividida como en el tejido glandular arriba, que está en la parte más como hacia más ventral de la vaca, y las cisternas, que son como las tuberías que conectan este tejido glandular con el orificio del canal, el orificio del pezón. Y sabemos también que alrededor del 80% de la leche está almacenado en el tejido glandular, en los alvéolos, y solo 20% está almacenado en las cisternas. ¿Qué significa esto? Que si le conectamos la máquina de ordeño a la vaca en este momento, solamente tenemos 20% de la leche disponible. Solo eso, el 80% está en los alvéolos. Y en este esquema de los alvéolos, el alvéolo acá es la estrella de toda la industria de leche, porque es donde se produce la leche, donde se sintetiza, donde se almacena y también es responsable por la eyección de esta leche, asegura la disponibilidad de este 80% de la leche. Y si ven, este es el tejido que produce la leche, que filtra todo lo bueno de la sangre, la nutrición, aquí se produce la leche. El alvéolo tiene una cavidad en el centro que se llena de leche a medida que se va sintetizando y también tiene, bueno, aquí no se ven medio naranja, tiene esas, es como una tela de araña rodeando este globito que se hace de los alvéolos. Y esas células mioepiteliales o células musculares es simplemente un músculo bien pequeño. Al contraerse, es lo que genera que el alvéolo se contraiga, se apriete y esto se eyecte la leche, que hace que la leche salga de este alvéolo donde está contenida. Y la oxitocina es la responsable de generar la contracción de estas células musculares chiquititas para que aprieten el alvéolo. Luego la leche se libera, se conecta por todos los ductos y cisterna y podemos nosotros extraer la leche. Esto es bastante simplificado, pero así es como funciona. ¿Y cómo generamos oxitocina? La oxitocina se puede comprar simplemente en una botellita. Yo sé que muchos lo han visto en algunos y todavía se usa en algunos ranchos. Se puede comprar o la podemos obtener del cerebro de la vaca, fácilmente. O de cualquier mamífero, ya sea el caso. Vemos que acá tenemos al ternero becerro que está haciendo una estimulación táctil y esto le envía una señal a la vaca por medio del sistema nervioso central que al llegar a su cabeza, que ahí es donde se sintetiza y se almacena la oxitocina, gatilla la liberación de oxitocina y ahora esa oxitocina por medio de la sangre lleva de vuelta al tejido mamario, no de vuelta, por primera vez al tejido mamario, donde se inició esta señal, y ahí genera que el alvéolo, genera la contracción de las músculas y que el alvéolo se contraiga y obtengamos la leche. Una cosa acá es que, siempre recalco cuando explico esto en las granjas, que, no sé si lo ven verde, yo lo veo verde quizá ya, pero esa vía es por el sistema nervioso central, toma menos de un segundo y es casi inmediato. Pero esta otra vía, que es por medio de la sangre, demora tiempo, toma tiempo. ¿Ya? Entonces esas son dos diferencias de las vías de cómo se comunica la oxitocina al tejido mamario. Y acá tenemos al becerro, pero en una lechería. ¿Cómo obtenemos esto? Mediante la estimulación táctil de las manos y luego seguido por el pase entre la fase de ordeño y la fase de masaje. Entonces, con la oxitocina, ¿qué sabemos? Hasta ahora que requiere una estimulación táctil. para ser liberada. Tiene una vida media de 2 a 3 minutos. Esto significa que esta molécula no está activa por 10 minutos o para siempre. Una vez que pasaron más o menos 2 o 3 minutos, el organismo la empieza a metabolizar y ya no es activa, ya no hace su trabajo. Y también sabemos que la epinefrina o la adrenalina afecta su acción. En base a la oxitocina, sabemos entonces que hay requerimientos para tener una eyección de leche exitosa u óptima. Primero, necesitamos un tiempo de estimulación. No basta con tocar a la vaca una vez para que se libere la oxitocina. Tenemos que, la meta, esto es basado en libros, no lo que yo, por ejemplo, yo nunca he visto una estimulación de 15 segundos en todos los ranchos que visito. En teoría, los estudios dicen que 10 a 15 segundos de estimulación táctil se necesitan para generar una buena liberación de oxitocina. He visto que hasta en 8 segundos. Esto es, me toman mi palabra si quieren, pero no está en ningún estudio, pero hasta con 8 segundos yo ya estoy conforme. Muchas veces veo 2 segundos, 4 como eso. Ya, entonces ya yo con 8 lo considero bueno. Y lo otro que necesita también es el tiempo de latencia, que es el tiempo de entre que estimulamos a la vaca, que la tocamos, hasta que le conectamos las pezoneras. Ese periodo tiene que ser más de 1 minuto, pero no más de 2 o 3 minutos. O sea, no puede ser mucho, no puede ser muy poco, pero tampoco puede ser mucho. ¿Cómo obtenemos los 10 o 15 segundos de estimulación? Mediante el despunte secado. Mi recomendación es que tienen que sacar 3 chorros de leche por pezón y se obtienen 10 segundos. Pero si estamos, los que vamos visitamos el salar de ordeño, sabemos que hay personas, y no sé si ustedes son ordeñadores, algunos acá, que pueden hacer 3 chorros por pezón en 2 segundos. Uno con la práctica se pone muy rápido. Entonces esto acá es en mi experiencia es uno de los mayores problemas, lograr el tiempo de estimulación necesaria. ¿Y cómo conseguimos un tiempo de latencia necesario? Esa es la parte que es más fácil de ajustar. Eso se hace con el plan y con el ajuste de la rutina de ordeño. Y esto va a depender, el tiempo de estimulación aplica para todas las granjas. Pero esto va a depender de qué tipo de sala de ordeño se tiene. ¿Cuántos operadores están en esa sala de ordeño? Entonces, estos factores nos pueden alterar el tiempo de latencia, pero lo bueno es que es más fácil o más factible de ajustar para obtener algo mejor. Entonces, las causas de la eyección tardía de leche son muy poco tiempo de estimulación o ya sea mucho o poco tiempo de latencia. Entonces tenemos aquí bastantes restricciones. Y ahora la razón por la que me pidieron estar acá. ¿Y qué sabemos de por qué nos importa? Ya, sabemos que la vaca está incómoda durante este proceso, no le gusta, podemos ver un poco de congestión en los pezones, pero ¿y qué? Lo que sabemos ahora es que hay un problema con la producción, con la reducción de producción de leche. Este estudio miró ordeños de más de 660 vacas de un rancho en una ordeña, solo una, ¿ya? ¿Y qué hicieron? Vieron cómo tenían la eyección, si era normal, y las que la tenían tardía, que son luego de 30 segundos, o sea, luego de 30 segundos después de que le conectaron las pezoneras. Todo eso, pasaron 30 segundos y luego de eso hubo una eyección de la leche. Esas vacas se categorizaban como ordeña tardía, o sea, eyección tardía, pero dentro de esa categoría las agruparon como moderada o severa. Y lo que vieron es que había una reducción de leche. Comparada con las vacas normales, con una eyección de leche normal, los otros dos grupos produjeron menos leche. ¿Cuánto? Si comparamos el normal con la tardía severa, o sea, más allá de 1 minuto antes de obtener un buen flujo de leche, se vio una diferencia de 3 kilogramos. 3 kilogramos, una vaca de un rebaño de 500 de un rebaño de 1000 no es tanto, ¿cierto? Pero cuando tenemos rebaños que tienen 20, hasta 75%, 80% de vacas con este problema, y el rebaño es de 1000 vacas, ahí ya empieza a sumar. Y créanme que las vacas de ese grupo y las de este grupo comen lo mismo, ocupan las mismas camas, o sea, se le están metiendo los mismos insumos, el mismo costo de insumo, pero por una simple diferencia que se está haciendo, están obteniendo menos leche. Pero les dije que esto fue solamente en un ordeño. Entonces, uno de los comentarios que tuvo este estudio es, ¿y qué fue? La primera piedra. Fue pionero en esto. ¿Y qué pasa si la vaca, después en el ordeño siguiente, compensa en producción y obtenemos las libras o los kilogramos que no se obtuvieron acá? Bueno, ese es uno de mis proyectos de investigación, donde miré más de 4000 vacas, de 4 granjas distintas, manejo distinto, tenemos más variación ahí, por un periodo de 10 días. Todas estas vacas están siendo ordeñadas por 3 veces al día, entonces tengo 30 observaciones, información de 30 ordeños por vaca. En base, para cada ordeño, o sea, en total de esos 30 ordeños, les calculé el porcentaje de veces que tuvieron un ordeño con eyección tardía de leche, y también las categoricé para mirar la información de 2 formas distintas. Primero, acá les presento las vacas que, acá en el eje vertical, tenemos los distintos porcentajes que va de 0 a 100, o sea, todos los porcentajes, y tenemos vacas por todos lados, ¿cierto? Y aquí está el número de vacas por cada porcentaje. En esta columna están todas las vacas que de los 30 ordeños no tuvieron ningún problema. Eyección normal de la leche. Perfecto. Acá en este otro extremo tenemos las vacas que tuvieron 30 ordeños consecutivos con problemas de eyección de leche. Entonces, tenemos en la población en la muestra de mi estudio, tengo vacas para todos los gustos. Ahora, cuando las categoricé, la categoría 1, está representada con el verde, va de mejor a peor. Acá tenemos 0 entre 25% de los ordeños con leche y se va poniendo hasta la última categoría, que es de 76 a 100% de los ordeños con una eyección de leche tardía. Y miré la producción promedio de estos grupos. Acá tenemos los 4 grupos que les expliqué y la producción promedio en los 10 días. El grupo número 1, con menor cantidad de problemas de eyección de leche, en promedio produjeron 441 libras. En contraste con estas otras, que en promedio este grupo produjo 356 kilogramos de leche en 10 días. Eso es una diferencia de más o menos 85 kilogramos. Bastante significativo. Y lo que quiero, misma dieta, mismos costos, lo mismo, solamente en esta diferencia. Y esto lo agregué hoy día en la mañana, espero que sí, se ve bien. El otro grupo que estudia harto esta nueva línea de investigación está en Cornell, liderado por el doctor Whelan, y este gráfico lo saqué de una de las revistas, Horst Dierman, sí, esta mañana, que encontraron lo mismo, lo miraron un poco distinto. Este estudio fue en 7 días y fue solamente en una granja. Pero el concepto es el mismo. Clasificaron las vacas con más porcentaje de ordeños bimodales o con eyección de leche tardía y vieron que estas son 4 vacas basadas en el modelo. Mientras menos ordeñas con eyección de leche tardía hay, más producción. Entonces ahora ya no tenemos duda de que esto es un problema. Lo último que he encontrado que les voy a mostrar de mi investigación es que es prácticamente los mismos datos, pero demostrado de otra forma. Acá cada puntito representa una vaca. Hay 4.000 puntitos, créanme si los quieren contar, adelante. Y las vacas acá son las que tuvieron 0%, ningún problema durante los 30 días con la eyección de leche, y acá las que tuvieron todos los ordeños un problema de eyección de leche. Y sí, podemos ver que hay una variabilidad bastante amplia, pero también vemos que hay una relación acá. En promedio, para simplificar este tipo de análisis, en promedio, estas vacas, las vacas con ningún problema, con 0% de eyección de leche tardía, produjeron más leche, alrededor de, hay como 2.000 libras, o sea, no 2.000 libras, 200 libras de diferencia para los 10 días. Entonces es bastante significativo y este es un modelo bien simple, estos datos que pude analizar la semana pasada, no es el modelo completo, pero ya hay evidencia de que el problema está ahí. Entonces, por eso, volviendo a uno de los conceptos iniciales, tenemos que tener el balance entre estas dos eficiencias, la de la sala y la del proceso de ordeña. Pero ¿qué pasa cuando la balanza se inclina para un lado? Granjas que priorizan un poco más el número de vacas por hora. El número de vacas por ordeñador por hora se prioriza la eficiencia de sala de ordeño. Y este es un desglose de tiempo que se ocupa, o que es real para cualquier tipo de ordeño. Tenemos el tiempo que se ocupa en la entrada a la línea, las vacas entrando, caminando, el tiempo que invertimos preparando las ubres, en la conexión de las pezoneras, durante la ordeña, el sellado y luego la salida. ¿Dónde podemos ahorrar tiempo o dónde podemos hacer trampa para priorizar la eficiencia de sala de ordeño? Quiero meter más vacas. ¿A dónde le saco tiempo? ¿A la entrada o salida de las vacas? No, ¿cierto? Las vacas no me van a escuchar si le digo que se apuren. En la preparación de ubre. Alguien se me adelantó a mi presentación. La conexión de pezoneras va a demorar lo mismo que la ordeña y el sellado. Pero la preparación de la ubre es lo único que yo le puedo sacar un poquito de tiempo para meter más vacas. ¿Y qué estamos viendo mucho en rebaños, por ejemplo? Lo veo en rebaños de ordeña paralela, no lo he visto en espina de pescado y en algunas rotativas de carrusel, que hay algunos ranchos que ya ni siquiera están despuntando, no están sacando los primeros chorros, porque necesitan que todo vaya más rápido. O el tiempo de latencia, se despunta la vaca y luego viene a ponerle las pezoneras. Entonces ahí es donde estamos haciendo trampa. Y podemos hacer toda la trampa que queramos, pero a la fisiología de la vaca, la biología o el cómo funciona la vaca, no le podemos hacer trampa. La vaca le podemos tratar de hacer todo lo que queramos, pero cómo se funciona la oxitocina, la liberación, los requerimientos, eso no va a cambiar. Y acá tengo un ejemplo ficticio, pero basado en mi experiencia. Esta es una sala paralela, doble 8. A la evaluación encontré que tenían un alto porcentaje de ordeñas con eyección tardía de leche y estaban a la eficiencia de sala de ordeño, en una de las métricas estaban haciendo 6.4 lotes por hora. Eso es bastante rápido. Normalmente entre 4 y 5 es un buen número. 6.4 eso significa que están en una línea, si es una paralela, me están metiendo 6 líneas. Eso es menos de 10 minutos por línea, es muy, muy rápido. Mi recomendación es aumentar el tiempo de estimulación. Y, otra vez, ficticio. En la línea superior tenemos una vaca, el rebaño es de tamaño de 500 vacas, ordeñadas 3 veces al día, con el 75% de eyección el 75% de eyección tardía, y suponiendo que las vacas tienen el potencial de ordeñar 35 kilogramos de leche por día, relativamente alta producción, y si asignamos que cada vaca con eyección tardía de leche está perdiendo 6 kilogramos, ¿ya? No lo más que hemos visto, ni tampoco lo menos, pero 6 kilogramos para ser más conservativos con eso. Las pérdidas serían más de 2.000 kilogramos por día, y bueno, se ve la diferencia en la última columna. Mientras que si adaptamos una mejor preparación de la ubre y logramos bajar ese porcentaje a 30%, teniendo el mismo potencial de producción, tienen la misma genética, tienen la misma dieta, mismo nivel de confort, esas vacas podrían, y eso es ejemplo hipotético, podrían reducir esa pérdida significativamente y ver una mayor producción. Entonces aquí es cuando, en números más grandes, cuando vemos el impacto que tiene la eyección de leche tardía. ¿Cómo podemos medir esto? Yo ahora espero que todos ustedes, si es que son consultores, ordeñadores, vayan y estén ahora curiosos de cómo está su propia granja en cuanto a la eyección tardía de leche. Uno de los métodos que es como lo más certero que yo he usado, no estoy diciendo que es lo más en el mercado, es los medidores digitales de vacío. Y esto se ocupa el vacío como un aproximado al flujo de leche. Cuando hay un flujo alto de leche, el vacío cae. Eso es lo que queremos ver durante una ordeña. Cuando el flujo baja, el vacío sube. Y con estas herramientas, con estos medidores digitales, podemos estimar el tiempo de bajada de leche, y es una estimación bastante certera, y el tiempo de sobreordeño, entre otras cosas más que se pueden evaluar. Y acá está la foto del medidor, cómo se conectan. Se conectan dos canales por medio de unos tubos, mangueritas flexibles con una punta de metal en la pezonera, en la boquilla de la pezonera, que eso nos va a medir el vacío a nivel de base del pezón, y también se conecta uno con el tubo corto de la leche, que se nos dice cómo está el vacío en la unidad, como la unidad entera. Y esto siempre se hace en un cuarto delantero y en un cuarto trasero. ¿Y qué tipo de información obtenemos de esto? Es un gráfico como este. Nos da muchos gráficos de vacío. Y se los voy a explicar ahora. Acá tenemos el tiempo en el eje horizontal, y acá son los pulgadas de mercurio, ¿se dice? Sí, pulgadas. Pero uno le puede cambiar la métrica, pero no cambia. El gráfico se va a ver de la misma forma. La línea verde acá, créanme que es verde, representa el vacío a nivel de toda la unidad, y estos representan los cuartos a nivel de la base del pezón, lo que va en la boquilla de la pezonera. Y esto es lo que se quiere ver. Esto representa un ordeño eficiente. ¿Qué pasa? Conectamos las pezoneras. ¿Y qué pasa? El vacío cae a nivel de la base del pezón. Perfecto. Se está acabando la leche, se le acaba en el cuarto, normalmente en el cuarto anterior, se le acaba la leche, el vacío sube. En el cuarto trasero se le acaba la leche, el vacío sube y se desconecta. Esto es la meta. Ahora esta representa un ordeño tardío. Tenemos acá la escala de tiempo, el vacío, la medición de vacío, y ¿qué vemos? Le conectamos, este es el momento que se conecta, se prende la máquina, se conecta en la unidad, y vemos que, no sé si alcanzan a ver, el vacío baja. Hay un poquito de leche. Ese es el 20% de leche o menos que está disponible. Porque luego a la vaca deja de salir leche, entonces el vacío sube. Y luego baja, y ahí ya tiene un flujo alto. Esta es la clásica representación, clásico gráfico de un ordeño tardío, o sea, un ordeño con eyección de leche tardía o bimodal o con mala bajada de la leche. Y similar, acá vemos una representación de uno con sobreordeño donde un cuarto se terminó y luego el otro cuarto también se terminó de ordeñar y se mantiene por más de 30 segundos en flujo, o sea, en vacío alto, flujo bajo de la leche. La otra forma de evaluar el flujo de leche son con medidores de flujo continuo. Y estos son algunos, yo sé que hay más en el mercado, pero estos son bastante útiles para los ranchos que ya lo tienen. Y parte de mi proyecto de uno de mis proyectos iniciales fue ver cómo podemos usar la información de estos medidores para evaluar la eyección de leche tardía. Estos medidores, la mayoría, entregan información en 4 intervalos de tiempo. 0,15 segundos después de la conexión de pezonera, 15-30, 30-60 y 60-120. Entonces queríamos ver cuál de esos intervalos podía yo usar para tener como una evaluación, un monitoreo de cómo estaban las vacas de un rebaño en cuanto a su eyección de leche. Y lo que encontramos es que la mejor de estas 4 ventanas que se puede mirar es la del flujo entre 30 y 60. Les voy a hablar un poquito más de cuántas libras o kilogramos se deben ver ahí. Lo que hacen en Cornell es que ellos ven que el flujo vaya de menor a mayor. Bastante práctico, no práctico, puede ser... lo pueden usar para investigación, pero en mi opinión no es práctico para las granjas. En la granja, si usted tiene este tipo de medidor, lo único que se hace, se baja un documento en Excel, se borran todas las columnas que no se usan, esa se ordena de mayor a menor, cuántas están en cierto nivel, cuántas están en el otro, y ya tengo mi monitoreo. Ya tengo una idea de cómo está afectando esta condición a mis vacas. Y si sé que es un problema, voy y cambio algo, hago un entrenamiento, les explico que hagan algo mejor, cambio la rutina de ordeño, cambio cualquier cosa, esto me lo puede monitorear mañana. No necesitan tener a un especialista ahí conectando maquinaria más tiempo, un mayor costo para los productores. Con los datos que yo analicé, la línea donde me divide las vacas que tienen problema o de las que no tienen problema de eyección de leche, lo que yo encontré fue de que con un flujo menor a igual a 1,8 kilogramos o menor o igual a 4 libras por minuto en la ventana de tiempo de 30 y 60, esa vaca ya la puedo meter en el grupo de las vacas con problemas. Las vacas que me están costando libras o que me están costando kilogramos. Y si es mayor a eso, ya se considera normal. Y acá hago el hincapié de que es en los datos que yo encontré, porque puede ser que esto que sea más específico para cada rebaño. Pero si ustedes quieren ir mañana a analizar esto, pueden ocupar esta métrica y ya tener una idea. Y si no quieren este número en específico, alrededor de los 2 kilogramos, creo que es bastante seguro para analizarlo. Ahora ya casi para terminar, en mi opinión, el ordeño empieza cuando la vaca sale de su corral y termina cuando vuelve a su corral. Todo eso nos puede impactar el ordeño. ¿Por qué? Importa el trayecto desde el corral o de la pradera a la sala de ordeño, al corral de espera. Importa la superficie donde las vacas están caminando. Importa cómo se están arreando, cómo estamos moviendo. ¿Se le está dando el tiempo a la vaca para que camine a su velocidad o la estamos apurando mucho? Importa el tiempo y la condición que están en el corral de espera. ¿Cómo es el piso ahí también? Si en los días de calor, si es que hay alguna medida para lidiar o disminuir el estrés calórico que están sintiendo. Se le está proveyendo sobra. Y también importa la entrada a la línea, porque podemos hacer un buen trabajo en los 2 primeros ítems, pero si a la entrada de la línea vamos y las pegamos con un palo o las alteramos, las asustamos, les gritamos, esa entrada también puede causar, en teoría, problemas con la higiene de la ubre, con la eyección de la leche y definitivamente con el bienestar animal. Acá se me desordenó una diapositiva. Esta era la última forma de que ustedes pueden evaluar los problemas de eyección, con una evaluación visual y manual. Podemos ocupar toda la maquinaria elegante, más sofisticada, pero en tiempo, esto podemos ir, si nosotros tenemos tiempo, yo me paro en una sala de ordeño y puedo observar las vacas que tienen una eyección de leche tardía, puedo ver y contar las que están con problemas de sobreordeño. Y también puedo, todos tenemos celulares ahora yo creo, con un cronómetro, cronometrar cada paso de la ordeña. Y eso nos va a apuntar si es que tenemos un problema y si es que estamos viendo identificando los tiempos de los pasos de la rutina de ordeño, podemos ver cuál es la causa más probable de estos problemas. Ahora, como último, les ofrezco aquí algunos recursos en el Quality Milk Alliance. Si ponen eso en el motor de búsqueda de cualquier navegador, pueden encontrar artículos que hablan de esto, que hablan de calidad de leche y otros temas. Están en inglés la mayoría, pero los navegadores ahora tienen ya incorporado la traducción para español y también hay algunos artículos en español. El sitio web de nuestro equipo de extensión, del que yo soy parte, Michigan State University Extension, el equipo de lechería Dairy. Ahí también tenemos algunos recursos y prontamente vamos a enfocarnos en tener más recursos en español en nuestros videos de YouTube. Y como último, si hay hubo un lanzamiento desde el Departamento de Extensión de la Universidad Estatal de Iowa, donde hay disponible, creo que es gratuito, la verdad yo no lo he visto, pero un entrenamiento bilingüe para personal de ordeño. Y eso es el final de mi presentación. Muchas gracias por su paciencia y ahora si tienen preguntas me las hacen saber. Si quieren conversar, estamos disponibles. ¿Tienen alguna pregunta? Dígame.
Yo sí. De acuerdo a su experiencia, ¿hay alguna marca en especial de retiradores, de medidores de leche, que usted diga, esta es mejor que esta otra?
En mi experiencia, no. Lo que yo veo más común es la mejor marca que usted puede tener es la que tiene el servicio técnico que le responde. Porque yo le puedo recomendar la marca X, pero si la marca X usted le llama y no vienen a su granja o no le responden, eso no me sirve de nada. Porque de repente hay retiros automáticos que son con buena tecnología, pero por A, B o C motivos se desprograman, se descalibran. Y si usted sabe arreglarlos, perfecto, pero si necesita el servicio técnico y no los puede acceder...
Perfecto, gracias.
Ya, dígame.
¿Cómo manejar esto en una tándem?
¿Cuáles son las tándem?
Tándem es que se abre cada jaula, es como si está una vaca detrás de otra.
¡Oh!
Entonces abre y entra individualmente y cada vaca está empezando en su propio momento.
Y no hay rutinas de ordeño tampoco, entonces. O sea, hay rutinas, pero es más no es secuencial. No es secuencial.
No es un paralelo, una espina de que se llena, se cierra, comienza, o no es un rotativo.
Sí, eso es más similar a las rutinas de ordeños que son las secuenciales, que va un ordeñador y detrás viene el otro porque no se puede controlar el tiempo. Sí, no las conocía con ese nombre. Esas he visto, no en tándem, pero en una paralela, que se le prenden una vez que el ordeñador empieza el ordeño. Yo no sé si este sistema lo comercializan, pero este rancho lo tiene. Empieza el ordeñador, tocan un dispositivo, se prende una luz. Y no pueden empezar con el siguiente paso de la rutina de ordeño hasta que haya un cambio de luz. Entonces, los cambios de luces están en base a los tiempos calculados para cumplir con todo esto, pero como le digo, no sé si eso... encuentro que es una idea genial, pero en un cuanto... No sé si se podría hacer en cuanto a un audio, porque si no, uno tiene que Ahí el mayor problema es el tiempo de latencia, ¿cierto?
Completamente, porque te pueden acabar en un doble 6.
Sí.
Pueden acabar 3 vacas al mismo tiempo. Tienen que abrir la puerta, uno puede haber vaca en fila, uno quiere entrar, y ya la preparó y ya...
Sí. Porque el tiempo de la estimulación se lo van a proveer sin orden, ¿cierto? Eso va bien a todas, pero... Sí. Es una solución de la que puedo pensar. O sea, si conversamos mañana, quizás tenga otra solución, pero esto es la única que se me ocurre ahora, el sistema de luces o quizás alguna señal auditiva que pueda ayudar. Pero si eso es una cosa que me han preguntado, la priorización de las que tengo que dejar salir o las que ya preparé. Ahí, una vaca que se toca por primera vez es una vaca que se termina con la conexión de pezonera. La otra vaca que ya se terminaron de ordeñar, pueden esperar. Estas que yo ya empecé con la preparación, ya tienen que terminarse con la conexión. Porque problemas que he visto en otro rancho es que hacen la tanda de la estimulación, hacen el dip, secan, y justo les falta el último paso, la conexión de pezonera, o se nos acabaron las toallas, vamos a buscar toalla, o algo pasa que distrae a los ordeñadores de seguir la secuencia de pasos y la oxitocina, si son más de 2-3 minutos, se va. Y esa es una vaca que ya es como lo mismo que una no hubiese sido preparada, estimulada táctilmente. No tengo solución, pero priorizar. Vaca que se toca, vaca que se le conecta a las pezoneras. ¿Más preguntas? Bueno, muchas gracias por estar acá. Voy a estar acá hoy y mañana si necesitan conversar.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por asistir y también gracias a Paula por entregar este seminario y también a Progressive Dairy por pagar por los gastos. Espero que todos disfruten de su visita aquí en la World Dairy Expo y que regresa cada año y ojalá que se puede. Y no hay una forma de evaluación. ¿Hay algo? No sé.
Sí,
Ay,
sí,
bueno,
por favor, llénenla.
Favor de llenarlo y llenarlo con 5 estrellas para Paula. También yo quiero, el código, website para Progressive Dairy es el-lechero.com. el-lechero.com. ¿Ok? Gracias. Y cualquier cosa, estamos allá en registración. También hay una recepción internacional el jueves. Me han dicho que todo está en tu bolsa. Si no tiene bolsa, hay que recibirlo. Gracias, Paula.
De nada. Una cosa, mañana presenta Maristela. ¿Cuál de todos los temas? Ella es una experta en muchos temas en relación.
Retención y motivación de empleados.
Retención y motivación de empleados. Ella sí va a empezar a las 2. Esperemos. Y aquí...
Es importante, cada día en esta semana, a las 14 horas, hay un seminario.
En español.
En español. Y hay cientos de gente aquí que pueden asistir. Pero nada más avisarnos porque esta información tiene tanto valor. Y es una lástima que no está lleno. Pero gracias por ¿dónde están?
Pau, sí, ya me...
¿Has hecho asesoría de México?